Chapter 437. Everything started from the conversation on the river Styx. Back then, Ale was rowing a boat while seemingly chatting casually with Roland. However, they were actually talking about a super conspiracy that concerned the entire world. Chapter 66. Right, Roland. Didn't you mention the underworld and hell last time? There are even ghost soldiers. Do you know that our world has hell as well? However, it's inhabited by devils. I've talked to little TIAs about it. If the underworld really succeeds, he's willing to give up hell and let all the devils learn to be jailers. Sure, but the leader of the underworld and the highest judge must still be controlled by the completely impartial Womians. Also, just what do the devils intend to obtain from this plan? Just tell me directly. Otherwise, I won't be able to rest assured. Freedom, not just on the surface, but true liberation. You should know that once a high-level devil dies in another plane, it'll just be returning to hell and losing some of its power. But if they die in the lower planes, it'll be true destruction. So you're saying that they want to escape the cycle of reincarnation? Yes. Back then, in order to not participate in the so-called Holy War, my people collectively joined the goddess of chaos. But now, in every so-called Holy War, the devils are still cannon fodder. And those old fellows have long since gotten tired of the cunning life of devils and the endless battles. They want to be free, but they don't want their souls to be destroyed. But the cycle of reincarnation can be open to any species except high-level devils and demons. After all, they're the main force of the Holy War. How many? This can't be a decision made by the entire race. How many of the 9 devil lords agree? Including little TIAs, the 4 immemorial devil lords who were transformed from ancient humans all agreed. Of course, it's not that the others don't agree. It's just that we didn't tell them, nor do we intend to tell them. And now, the agreement from back then had become reality. For the sake of the entire race's freedom, the Lord of Lies and the Lord of Despair had decided to betray the entire Chaos faction. Countless devils walked out from the Abyss Gate. And now, when the order of reincarnation was interrupted, the Ale faction and the Order faction would become enemies. From now on, we would only have each other. None of us would have the possibility of turning back. Turning back? Happily waiting for Armageddon? At least for now, there is a glimmer of hope. From a certain standpoint, compared to the mighty god of holy light and the Order gods, our strange alliance seemed more like the antagonists. Our alliance consisted of famous tyrants, evil devil lords, undead armies, and even undead emperors who were just one step away from destroying the world, as well as the most ancient death gods who gave the gods headaches. Not a single one of our antagonists was an ordinary antagonist. Every single one of them was at least at the level of a demon king. But perhaps only the truly evil would be able to understand each other. After all, it could be said that the little villains couldn't resist temptation or that they were naturally evil. However, it would be abnormal for them to not have some astonishing resentment and legendary stories to be able to reach this level. To use a Chinibu phrase, it's all the world's fault. Little Roland, according to that existence, we will listen to your orders from now on. Please don't worry and use us as tools. And as long as you are able to complete our tribe's long-cherished wish, we shall honor you as... When we first met, I knew what the Lord of Lies meant when I interrupted him. He wanted to reconfirm the contract between me and Ale. Once the Hell of Hades was successfully created, they would become the Hell of Hades's ghost soldiers. Not only would they be able to escape from the cycle of reincarnation and the Holy War, they would also be able to fulfill their duties as part of the Hell of Hades. Right now, the mortal plane was in flames. Once the source of order and the source of chaos truly entered the Holy War, it was likely that nobody would be able to stop a large number of souls from entering the cycle of reincarnation. However, it would be possible to make these souls enter another cycle of reincarnation. This is the only method. No other cycle of reincarnation. Fine, we'll create one ourselves. This was the method we forcefully created when we were stuck in a hopeless situation. At this time, there was no longer any need to hide our so-called grand plan. My plan was to use the collapsing dragon world as material to create a hell of Hades that belonged to ordinary life forms while being isolated from the mortal plane. This would break the river Styx and Heaven's pillars' monopoly on the cycle of reincarnation. Only by creating a new cycle of reincarnation would the river Styx and Heaven's pillars' cycle of reincarnation lose its effectiveness. All sacrifices would no longer be meaningless, and the damned holy war would truly stop. We've finally reached this step. It's been so long. I never expected that there would be a day when all the conditions were fulfilled. I had ticked off all the items in my thick notebook. However, if I wanted to record everything that my companions and I had accomplished, even 10 notebooks wouldn't be enough. The preparation period for this plan was terrifyingly long. Even when I was still Emperor Yongya, I had already thought of this plan. In fact, I had even used this plan to stop Ale from hunting me down. Only after Wumian's ascended to godhood and I was revived did this plan truly become possible. Only after Ale and I conversed on that small boat in the river Styx did we finally decide on this plan. As long as we could eliminate this greatest hidden danger and the already destined Armageddon, all that was left was to face the holy war. Perhaps it would still be difficult, but whether or not we could survive would depend on the abilities of ordinary people, not the Armageddon that was destined to happen. I can't guarantee that we'll be able to succeed, but at the very least, there's a possibility that we won't all die. For us, who had nowhere else to go, this was more than enough. We didn't have any more time. Estrada had sacrificed himself to save 2 million people. However, the moment the demons of chaos appeared, they sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people. And this was only the beginning. It could be foreseen that the entire mortal plane would face challenges from all sides. Such incidents would constantly occur. To be honest, I didn't have any confidence in being able to succeed. No, I should say that even if all of us worked together, it would be impossible to make up for all the loopholes. Nobody knows if a certain city, Lord's rationality has been taken over by the chaos evil gods, and they'll open their doors to summon a demon army the moment the sun rises. Nobody knows if a certain dimensional door will suddenly descend upon a certain country's capital. Defending is always more difficult than attacking. A single mistake can cause an avalanche. No matter how we calculate it, we'll still lose in the end. The situation is even worse than in the game's history. In the game's history, perhaps the situation wasn't as good as it was now in many aspects, but there was one aspect that we couldn't compare to: the players. That's right. Don't underestimate the players. Although they were indeed nothing at the very beginning, they wouldn't die forever. They would be able to speedily grow on the battlefield as if they had cheats. Their growth speed and natural talents would make any one of them a main character in a legendary novel. Only they would be able to keep up with the ever-increasing elemental tide and their enemies. And even though these main characters were limitless and undying, they were unable to change their pitiful ending. The reason? Actually, the problem started from the very beginning. When the fuse of hatred transformed into the chains of bloody revenge, when the entire world was engulfed in the flames of war, killing would only create even more killing. Fine, that sounded a little too literary. The more the players killed, the more the cycle of reincarnation would eat. The two goddesses of order and chaos would definitely awaken, and then the game would end. We can't stop the cycle of reincarnation from its very foundation. The cycle of reincarnation that died in battle will have another place to go. No matter what we do, the Armageddon will still arrive. The result won't change. This was what we all agreed on, and we couldn't act too slowly. If the Holy War entered the middle or late stages, it would be too late. The best time to act would be right at the beginning of the Holy War, when so many things would blur the vision of the people and the gods. Prophecy magic would also lose its effectiveness due to the god of fate. This would be the best time to take advantage of the chaos. That's right. Everything finally determined the time to carry out our plan. Less than half a year after the Holy War began, Obviously, doing something like this right under the nose of both sides of the Holy War would be suicidal. If both sides directly sent out Order main gods or Chaos main gods to clear out the Holy War, it would be impossible for us to resist. That was why, just as Eyre and I had privately discussed, our original plan was to proceed in the Devil's Hell. But now that we saw Dragon World, a world that was currently collapsing, as long as we severed Dragon World's connection to Ike and banished Dragon World to the many universes, we would have a period of time where no one would notice or disturb us before Dragon World completely collapsed. In that case, we would be able to create a new cycle of reincarnation during this short period of time. Such a plan was already far beyond what I was capable of. As for what I needed to create a new cycle of reincarnation, I had already collected them all in my notebook, and now it was time to activate it. The emerald ring on my right hand had already lost its luster. The powder that I had just crushed had long since been reduced to dust in the wind. In order to ensure that our plan wouldn't be discovered, at least not until the Dragon World's connection to the Holy War was completely cut off and the enemy still had a chance to interfere, we needed an excuse. An excuse that would cause Dragon World to completely lose its connection to the Dragon World and its dimensional coordinates. An excuse that both sides of the Holy War would be able to accept, at least on the surface, so that they wouldn't start a crazy massacre. An excuse that would delay the enemy's progress. A clown that would attract the enemy's attention. Orlos, that's right, the tyrant Orlos, the sly fox Orlos, the foolish king Orlos, and the scapegoat Orlos. In order to eliminate the threat of the Titan giants, in order to show that mortals didn't need any other species' help in the Holy War, Orlos would stupidly turn against the dragons. He would angrily curse the gods in front of everyone. He would ignore his subordinates' advice and cut off Dragon World's connection to all the other dimensions. This was all part of his own plan, as well as the excuse we gave the world. After that, no matter if it was the god's divine punishment or the furious dragon's breath, he would definitely die without a proper burial. No, according to the plan, he would still need to activate the Crown of Thorns ability in order to delay his own death. He would also need to continue spouting nonsense so that he could vent more of the dragon's anger on himself instead of taking it out on others. Orlos's reputation for being wise and far-sighted would transform into a symbol of idiocy. His people would view him as a disgrace, and the people he risked everything to protect would curse him, slander him, and insult him. But Orlos had seen through all of this, and he still calmly walked down this path, because this was the path with the highest possibility of success. We humans, no, all of us intelligent species, are absolutely not crops that the gods can raise. Our lives and memories that we worked so hard to live belong to us. Our existence is absolutely not for the sake of being nourishment for the gods. Don't let those fake gods control our fates. Don't let the children see no hope for the future. Promise me, Roland, promise me. Orlos's raspy voice was still echoing in my ears. However, I knew that it would be impossible for us to meet again. Since Orlos had used the Crown of Thorns, he was destined to die in both body and soul. I promise you, my accomplice, from today onwards, the mortal world shall belong to mortals. Perhaps we'll finally meet the Armageddon, but nobody will be able to toy with our lives anymore. Chapter 438. While the dragons were flying around in the sky, the entire ground suddenly started shaking. Fierce winds howled in anger, and all methods of communication with the mortal plane were being cut off. However, I didn't pay too much attention to the dragons in the sky. After all, compared to the enemies and troubles we were about to face, the dragons were nothing more than small troubles. Small troubles? Of course they're small troubles. If we had made enemies with the dragons yesterday, it would have been super troublesome. Perhaps all of us would have been chased out or directly killed by the dragons. But today, the situation is completely different. TIA's Jr. was one of the strongest existences in the Chaos faction. He was the leader of the 9 Devil Lords and a Chaos main god. However, he was currently descending in his true body, which hadn't moved for tens of thousands of years. He had a friendly smile on his face as he placed his right hand on top of his head and greeted the dragons circling in the sky. However, not a single one of them dared to come down. Of the 9 devil lords, there were 3 main god-level existences, and 2 of them were on our side. Although the other main god, the monarch of despair, wasn't present right now, the King of Lies was more than enough to control the situation. The Order faction only had a total of 7 main gods, including the completely unreliable neutral Ale. Meanwhile, the Chaos faction had a total of 13 main gods, including Cavendish. There were now 14 main gods. Indeed, from an outsider's perspective, the Devil Lords were on the same level as the death god Ale. They were incomprehensibly powerful, just like the god of holy light, demon princes, and elf main gods. Naturally, the dragons didn't dare to come down when they recognized the Devil Lords. These were existences who stood at the peak of all dimensions. Just their wills alone were capable of changing the power of the heavens and dimensional laws. Their power levels were far beyond imagination. Perhaps the dragons also had existences on par with main gods, but I didn't believe that they existed here. Otherwise, they would have used them against the Titan giants long ago. The dimensional door leading to the Chaos Abyss hadn't completely closed yet. Countless devils were streaming out. Some were tall and sturdy, while others were short and sinister. There were obvious differences in strength between each individual. This was something that devils couldn't understand due to their standard power level and species. Devils all evolved and leveled up step by step. From little devils to powerful alchemists and even devil lords, they leveled up step by step as if they were job classes. This was the most obvious difference between devils and the chaos demons. But if one thought about their backgrounds, it was quite simple. The highest citizen. In the ancient history books, the Alpine clan was the first human clan. They were generally more than 2 meters tall and sturdy. They were extremely good at fighting. In the ancient Ice Age, they only wore thin animal skin clothes to hunt powerful ancient magical beasts. Nowadays, the barbarian tribes like to emphasize that they are the descendants of the High Mountain tribe. But based on what I know, this is purely a facade. Because, other than those High Mountain tribe who have fallen into depravity, the other first-generation humans have all been exterminated by God's law and judgmenters. The Order faction would never show mercy to traitors. In that case, these countless strange devils before me were the most ancient citizens from the immemorial era. This was the only possibility that could explain why they didn't belong to the devil faction at all in terms of appearance, species, and abilities. After all, these devils existed even before the devil faction. Everyone knew that anything that was related to the word immemorial or immemorial would sound powerful even if people didn't understand it. This tremendous number of devils were all immemorial devils that had experienced countless holy wars. Just a slight calculation would make it seem frightening, and the fact that so many immemorial devils were able to survive the holy wars proved that the devil lords didn't always put in much effort. It was no wonder that the Chaos Abyss was becoming more and more fond of demons. After all, those bloodthirsty and berserk demons were absolutely qualified cannon fodder. Of course, taking such a huge risk and allowing these devils to enter this dimension was not only because I owed Ale, but also because I truly needed sufficient combat strength. There was no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. True gods and even higher-level existences were no idiots. They would soon notice that something was wrong and do something about it. At the very least, until this dimension was completely cut off from the mortal plane, it would be easy to predict whether the devils would chase after them or attack them. At that time, these immemorial devils would become the Hades' personal guards. But now, these ancient devils didn't show the slightest bit of laziness or excitement upon stepping foot on this vast, primitive land. Most of them were armed to the teeth, and those seemingly unarmed devils were actually even more dangerous. But after they arrived, they nervously looked to their left and right as if they were doubtful. Then they vigilantly looked at the dragons in the sky, but didn't attack. You understand that the more people that know, the more likely it is that the information will be leaked. Right now, the order they received is only to attack a unique dimension. And, under my final order, nobody is allowed to attack. I nodded. At this moment, I also felt like the Lord of Lies before me was rather friendly. After all, we were indeed the same type of person. Of course I understand. After all, I'm the same. That's right, on our side, the only person who knew the entire plan was Harloise, who was mentally connected to me. She believed that it was impossible to hide it, so she only told Estrada and Orlos a small part of the plan. Even if they died, they wouldn't leak any information. In fact, I was worried that Eliza would leak information in the Chaos Abyss, so I didn't tell her a single word. If it wasn't for her own request, I would have thrown her into the Chaos Abyss. It seemed that I had discovered the reason why she was so angry. Cough. Getting back to the main topic, I had made so many preparations in the Northlands, allowing Renee and Glina to be able to handle the situation on their own. I also provided them with sufficiently powerful support forces and did my best to reorganize the situation in the Northlands so that the Mist Alliance could take shape. This was so that the Mist Alliance would be able to face the increasingly grim future situation without me. Although the Mist Alliance was located far away from the Northlands, nobody knew what would happen in the future. If news of the Mist Alliance's plan leaked, it was highly likely that the Mist Alliance would receive revenge. If our plan succeeded, it would probably be several years before we returned to the Northlands. The Holy War would be at its climax by then, and the two queens would need to be able to carry the Mist Alliance's banner. But if we failed, their burdens would only be heavier. This was why I had made so many preparations in the Northlands. The Northlands was our foundation. Even if our plan succeeded, we couldn't afford to lose that place. Renee and Glina will probably be angry if they find out. Glina is fine. Your last attempt at teaching her was almost like your last words. She faintly guessed at something. As for Renee, I feel like she's completely in a position to be angry. She probably never even considered what her brother Roland was planning. That's right, I didn't even say a single word about the two future Northlands queens. I even hinted to Glina that I'll have to rely on you two in the future. Renee is far too impulsive. Take good care of her. As for Renee, I didn't even say a single word about her because I was afraid that Cavendish would be able to guess something from my words. After all, my younger brother's wild instincts were quite a headache sometimes. It seems that I really did go overboard with Renee. Now that I thought about it, considering how she was looking at me from behind, not only did I intentionally keep her away from all secrets and important matters, I even lied to her from time to time. It was all thanks to the thick-skinned Renee. If it had been the narrow-minded Eliza, I probably would have long since given her a lot of trouble. I feel like the gaze behind me is even colder now. I've even forgotten that her instincts are quite astonishing, especially when I'm speaking ill of her. Everyone be serious. We're at war. I already told you that the dragons are nothing more than minor problems. We won't be able to start a war, at least not for the time being. The dragons were no idiots. The devil army before them was astonishingly powerful, and their leader was even a main god. Not only that, the magic contract that was supposed to be our mercenary contract was currently glowing. Naturally, the dragons felt that they had been tricked by me. Perhaps they had only been tricked by the contract, which meant that their reinforcements would still be useful. That was why, at the very least, they wouldn't be able to start a war before confirming that there was an irreconcilable conflict of interest. Finally, the situation has changed. I could only sigh. When I first arrived in Dragon World, the dragons viewed us as an unnecessary existence. Actually, for a very long time, we had always been viewed as insignificant outsiders. Originally, only the dragons and titan giants had been fighting for this world. From the very start, we had been viewed as insignificant helpers. From Dragon City's perspective, this was indeed correct. After all, in this world, power was everything. But for our goal, this was impossible. From the very start, my goal had been this world. It would be quite troublesome to explain all of this, but from a certain standpoint, the grand plan had only just begun. It was just a simple outline with a goal in mind. And after a design goal was stated, the industrial foundation and design principles needed to achieve this goal would all need to be developed step by step. However, there was one thing that couldn't be lacking: raw materials. Starting from scratch and modifying the original foundation are two completely different difficulties. Dragon World is absolutely necessary for us. Since its physical structure is unstable, Dragon World will be the best source of world fragments. Dragon World will be the best material storage for our Hell of Hades. And this collapsing world would be the most suitable material and filler. Our next goal would be to use Dragon World as raw materials to gradually fulfill all of the steps in our plan and create a brand new world. I would probably need to start from the very beginning. I would need to talk about the foundational principles of the world. In my previous world, Eastern Buddhists believed that the four cardinal elements were all emptiness. Earth, water, fire, and wind were believed to be the foundational elements of all things. Astonishingly, in Greece, where Western civilization originated, the world had also been created from the four elements of earth, air, fire, and wind for a very long time. This seemed astonishingly similar, but there was actually a reason for it. That was because the ancient people of Ike used idealism to observe the world. They attempted to categorize all things in the world and find out their foundational properties. Then, they would analyze the foundational elements of the world in order to analyze the structure of the world. Perhaps in Ike's materialistic world, such a method of observation had already been proven to be inefficient and wrong. However, the world of Ike was a world of idealism. Magic was an existence that wasn't scientific at all. Willpower and the soul were both tangible powers, and one stubborn way of thinking was capable of creating something as unscientific as a soul world. That day, the free knowledge that my system gave me for leveling up was the nutrition that I needed the most. This knowledge was far more valuable than any treasure. Even I was unable to understand where it had come from. The foundational principles and experience of the world's construction, the very first version of the four elemental seals, everything has returned to its original state. Chapter 439. There are no coincidences in the world, only certainties. I feel like you're subtly insinuating something. Then why are you saying this? The hidden meaning behind this is that if you think that the God of Fortune is watching over you, that everything you do is just right, and that you're always the one who takes advantage of everything by coincidence, then it's best to first look back and see if you've already fallen into a trap. Usually, it's already too late to crawl out of the trap. You're delusional, aren't you? You're a serious conspiracy theorist. Don't be so paranoid. Otherwise, you'll go crazy one day. All right then, let's not talk about the silly cat's comments for now. I admitted that I was a patient with persecutory paranoia. After all, I had been scammed so many times that I should have some self-awareness. But when I saw the original version of the four elemental seals, or perhaps I should call it the four elemental creation technique, I felt like something was wrong. The four elements. So the truth is actually so simple. What the system gave me was a piece of memory. It was the record of Ike's creation. In the beginning, there was nothing but the void. In this colorless, timeless, and disorderly space, a powerful existence was the first light that illuminated everything. Who was it? Why was it so powerful? Why did it exist here? It was likely that these were all unanswerable questions. And the beginning of this memory was when Eichi felt too lonely, so she chose to interfere with the world around her. Yes, it was Eichi. Eichi didn't have the concept of a physical body, and her understanding of herself was hazy. Perhaps even she herself didn't expect that she would become the creator goddess in the future, Eichi. Perhaps it was coincidental, or perhaps it was inevitable, but Eichi chose the four elemental planes as the foundation of her new world. That's right. Unlike the myths and legends, Eichi didn't intentionally choose the four elemental planes. She simply felt that these four elemental planes could be used to create a new world. First of all, the earth elemental plane was the foundation of everything, the most basic unit of construction. The earth elemental plane itself was neither good nor evil. It simply represented whether or not something existed. He was earth, the earth, and space. The wind element was everywhere. The high-speed gales intertwined with the earth. It represented the wind, the sky, and the corresponding concept of earth. It represented time. Just as the white dragon Sam had said, the highest manifestation of the power of order was the power of space and time. In order to create a world, time, which represented the order of life and death, and space, which represented the scope of life and death, were indispensable. If the world was represented by coordinates, time would be the x-axis and space would be the y-axis. Every existence must have two positions, or else it would be regarded as non-existent. It could be said that time and space were the ultimate order, but also the most basic order. Without it, everything would be nothingness. When time and space were fixed, the void also had land and sky, and the vague connection between them could only be understood by those great sages who pursued the source. Teleportation magic that broke through the limits of space would usually have a connection to the earth itself. Dimensional coordinates were the foundation of everything. If this could be ignored, then the fact that time magic, which was a taboo, was actually an advanced version of wind magic was more than enough to prove certain things. He created the world and used wind and earth to create the most basic order. From then on, wind and earth also had their own magic. What was laughable was that just like how the sky and the earth were opposite each other but would never be able to interact, the wind element and earth element naturally became mortal enemies. But just this alone was far from enough. And then, under He's gaze, this newly born world formed a connection with the water elemental plane. Water was the mother of all life. More than 70% of an ordinary creature's body was made up of water. Blood, which represented life force, contained up to 90% water. And in He's world, this connection was even more obvious. Water magic was the only magic apart from holy light and nature divine, arts capable of healing and purifying life. And in He's world of creation, water represented life itself. It was the foundational component of all physical bodies. And the last element, fire, the never-ending flames, represented evolution itself and the source of the soul. Fire was inseparable from water, yet also hostile to each other. In ancient Greece's theory of the four elements, everything was born from fire, which was why it was forever changing. As for the proof, it was even simpler. The flames actually represented a certain state, and the soul flames in the undead skeleton's pupils were the evidence that the naked eye could see. The constantly evolving spirit was dependent on the physical body, and only when the two were together could there be the possibility of evolution. And evolution was the main theme of chaos. When the two elements of order formed the foundation of the world, the two elements of chaos formed the foundation of life. Then, life was allowed to evolve on its own. This was the so-called four elements of creation. And the connection between the four elements wasn't forced. Rather, He had given it to them. As long as the four elements of time, space, life, and soul were fulfilled, they would be able to form the most basic conditions for creating a world. Since He's world of creation was recorded in the history of the world, the four elements themselves had a special meaning in the world of He. That was why the strongest sealing magic, the seal of the four elements, came into being. Not only that, there was a powerful individual who used the seal of the four elements to seal the Titan giants. It's impossible for any ordinary creature or god to simultaneously reach an incredibly high level of mastery over the four elements. Actually, there were only 3 people who could seal the Titan giants: the goddess of chaos Cynthia, and the goddess of order Astria. But now, someone had broken the creator god's monopoly and accomplished the impossible feat of creating a world. That's right, it was me. But when I was forced to my limits in the earth elemental plane, the frigid winter earth came into being. From a certain standpoint, the frigid winter earth was the embryonic form of a world, as well as an incomplete world of creation. And now that I thought about it, it wasn't just the power of holy light and the power of death that I was able to create. Perhaps the power of law and the power of ice had also helped me greatly. And it was precisely because I didn't understand the principles of creation that led to the tremendous limitations of that world. That's right, after experiencing 3 reincarnations and 4 lives, I had also gathered the 4 elements that belonged to me: holy light, law, death, and ice. And they just so happened to be composed of 2 elements of order and 2 elements of chaos. Although I couldn't compare to an existence at the level of the creator goddesses in terms of power, quantity, and quality, I indeed fulfilled the minimum requirements for creating a world. And this was also the reason why I kept saying, this is a scheme. I feel like I've already fallen into a trap. And when I mysteriously obtained those memories from my system, and my 4 soul imprints mysteriously combined into one, and when I woke up, I mysteriously succeeded in leveling up, I would truly be an idiot if I still didn't realize something. Previously, I didn't turn on her and ask her about it because some things would be the same as flipping the table if exposed. But now, I had enough trump cards in my hands, and I was about to begin my grand plan. If I didn't ask her about it, I wouldn't be able to rest easy. There are no coincidences in the world, only certainties. System, what a coincidence that I managed to gather the 4 elements with your help. And then there's that mysterious prophet, time and space's ability to predict. And then there's the obvious power of order, like equivalent exchange. Perhaps I should first address you as the most amazing prophet, as well as that venerated god's name, the most compassionate, goddess of order Astria. I didn't receive an answer to my question, but I didn't intend to give up just like that. Some things would be impossible to turn back once they were exposed. I'd also like to ask, did you possess Roland's body like this back in the day, guiding him step by step to become the god of holy light? After a long while, I only received a sigh. Astria is still in a deep slumber in the source of order. Perhaps I should say that her corpse is still in a deep slumber, and that only a shred of her soul remains here. While Roland was scheming against his own cheat, a certain Chaos Abyss Prince was happily fishing in the 76th level of the Chaos Abyss by the Sea of Black Fog. He suddenly pulled his fishing rod with all his might, and a gigantic fish monster the size of a small mountain was suddenly pulled out of the black fog. Its gigantic body crashed into a nearby mountain, causing a large portion of it to collapse. Domain Lord's head is broken. Hurry and save him. Is there a healer? All right then, perhaps Cavendish was having a great time, but the fish didn't seem to be having a great time, especially since this pitiful fish was the domain lord of this level of the Chaos Abyss. Its gigantic body couldn't breathe in or out, and the wound on its head wasn't much. The red fish hook in its mouth that couldn't be pulled out was the most fatal. The demons around it looked at this little human in fear, but it was evident that their complaints were meaningless in front of this unreasonable favorite of the Chaos Abyss. It would seem that even as a demon, Cavendish was indeed quite qualified to be able to make these unreasonable demons act like they were angry, but didn't dare to say anything. How boring. I've already fished it up after only 2 hours. According to our agreement, I'm going to take your castle. What should we play next? Just as Cavendish was hesitating about whether or not he should go to the mortal plane to visit his descendants, a sudden thought caused him to stop. Hunting down a devil lord who betrayed me. I'm not going. That's too boring. I'm not interested in those sly fellows at all. Fighting with them or playing riddles to find them is so troublesome. Don't those fellows have a grudge against the King of Lies? Why don't I just let them go? The demons around him immediately distanced themselves. It was an open secret that the demon prince had a habit of talking to himself. Since there were quite a few demons who were schizophrenic or neurotic, this wasn't anything special. However, it was also common knowledge that anyone who approached him right now would be easily killed by him. It's related to my older brother? Fine, I'll go, but I can't promise anything. My older brother is too weak right now. It's impossible for him to have fun with me. You'll send people to hunt me down and let me do whatever I want? Yep, you really understand me. Having fun is the most important thing. I'll go then. Thank you, Mother Abyss. Mother Cynthia. Chapter 440. Just like before, during our one-day trip on the River Styx, when Ale and I finalized our plans, I suddenly became interested in idle chatting. Chapter 66. You've probably met the goddess of order, Astria, and the goddess of chaos, Cynthia. What kind of existences are they? Why did they cause the eternal war? Of course, for people like us. How could we possibly be simply chatting? But how could I be at ease if I didn't take this opportunity to learn more about the final boss? What kind of personalities do they have? Just what kind of stubbornness caused them to cause the holy war? What are the characteristics of their powers? I had far too many questions that I desired answers to. In order to defeat an opponent, apart from overwhelming them with pure power, the most practical method would be to target their weaknesses. What weaknesses do they have? Is the goddess of chaos impulsive? Is the goddess of order overly conservative? Will they make mistakes? Will they personally make up for their mistakes? From a certain standpoint, directly telling me the answer to my ill-intentioned question would be the equivalent of betraying the Order faction. That was why this was nothing more than idle chatting. At that time, Ale understood. After a period of silence, he sighed helplessly and really began idle chatting. The Mother Goddess, Goddess of Order, is a good woman. She views all life as her own children. But sometimes excessive maternal love will actually limit the development of children. She wishes for all species to live the way she wishes, but how is that possible? As for Sister Cynthia, she's at the other extreme. She's naturally active and loves to watch gladiator fights and battles. She admires unyielding warriors. She wishes for her children to be able to evolve independently. Would you believe it? The immemorial demons from back in the day weren't actually evil at all. They just loved all sorts of competitive sports. Even though this was supposed to be a heart-shaking epic legend, Ale, who appeared to be the youngest, made it sound like two unfilial children from next door were fighting on the streets. Even though this was supposed to be a bloody battle between the immemorial gods, he made it sound like an 8 p.m. show filled with love and hate. Thanks to the immemorial death god's description, I gained a more direct understanding of the two goddesses of order and chaos. At the very least, compared to those vague myths, I now had a more human-like understanding of these two venerated goddesses of Aichi. It's like quarreling with an ordinary sister. After the parents passed away, the strict eldest sister took charge of the family business, but she was too strict with her only sister. As a result, she became more and more rebellious, and in the end they had a falling out. However, from a certain standpoint, this was probably the most vicious sisterly quarrel in history. This sisterly quarrel lasted for such a long time, affected so many people, and left such a terrible impression that it probably exceeded the scope of any creature's understanding. You're probably the only person in the world who understands the Holy War as a quarrel between sisters. When I told him my thoughts, Ale said so, but he didn't refute me. But in fact, you could also see a world war as a group of human brothers having sex after the creator god Aichi left. The core of the dispute between the Gemini goddesses was over how to manage their people. The mother goddess hopes that she can act according to the duties of her talents. She wants the shepherds to be shepherds for generations, and the descendants of the warriors to be warriors. She wants the angels to fulfill the duties of God's messengers, and the Titans to be masters of architecture and art. She also wants all of her people to not fight or marry each other. Pfft. Where did such a naive lady come from? When I mentioned Astria, I didn't give her any face and laughed out loud. Even considering how simple and honest the people of ancient times were, this was obviously problematic. The children of farmers would be farmers, and the children of government officials would definitely be government officials. This type of injustice would only cause social conflicts to erupt. Not to mention, it was even more ridiculous for the other species to become professional. Wasn't this an obvious example of racial discrimination? How would the conflicts and differences between species be resolved in the end? You don't say. If it was someone else who was truly messing around, Astria was confident that she would succeed. As long as everyone felt that this was only natural, wouldn't it be fine? The current angel society. You probably don't know about this, but the angels are the only species that can enter and leave the source of order. The result is that their entire species is becoming more and more order. Yep, just like I said earlier, they're basically a bunch of tools without any sense of self. That's ridiculous. Who can guarantee that such a society won't be unfair? There's no such thing as a completely fair ruler. There is. It's said that the Mother Goddess intends to give up on her sense of self and transform into pure order. However, I personally refuse to do such a thing. That's because even if society can continue like this, all individuals will doubtlessly lose their sense of self. If I could turn back time and choose again, I would still choose to betray the angels, even if the end result would be my entire species becoming demons. I nodded. If everyone was brainwashed, it would be possible to create a harmonious society. However, this would be a living hell where no one would know that they were living in a living hell. In a way, I somewhat agreed with Cynthia. At the very least, she didn't allow her older sister to mess around. And then I immediately regretted it, but older sister Cynthia is at the other extreme. She's using a survival of the fittest system that's even more dangerous than completely ignoring everything. Isn't that the current society? It's not that simple. She believes that the goal of all life's existence is to evolve to the ultimate. And as a ruler, she should give them the soil to successfully evolve and the motivation to compete. All life should compete for their own position in the food chain. You can take a look at the current demons. That's her ideal example. Demons would begin devouring each other from birth, and their brains were probably filled with nothing but eating and killing. Perhaps their individual combat prowess was indeed superior to all other species, but these single-celled vicious life forms were treated as the perfect model for evolution. Was there something wrong with that? From a certain standpoint, it's actually a good thing that things from back then ended up like this. At the very least, for ordinary life forms, no matter if they're angels who have lost their sense of self or demons who are chaotic and evil, that's not an ideal life. And as long as either side obtains the final victory in this holy war, we'll all enjoy such a living hell. No, the Order faction will probably recreate the world and create a new species of order. The source of order has long since disliked chaotic life forms like humans. It's likely that the source of order will create pure creatures of order, similar to the current angels. At the very least, the Mother Goddess already had such intentions during the later stages of the Holy War, and the current behavior of the angels proves this. As for the result of the Chaos faction's victory, I don't know. But as long as Cynthia resets the world according to her intentions, it'll be impossible for ordinary life forms to survive. Back then, when I chatted with Ale, I once again exclaimed, "The ending will always be a terrible one if you choose either option." This has already surpassed the so-called hellish difficulty. Can this game even be played? More than that, I became even more determined to find my own team and fight by myself. Back then, I had a new idea about my personal hack, especially after I learned that time, space, fate, and other abilities were the highest level dimensional powers of order. As I spent more time adventuring on the surface, I began to have more and more ideas about my system. Actually, there were already many suspicious points in the past. The first was probably my identity as the Child of Light. This mysterious holy light's favor would be easier to understand if I explained it as the Child of Order. Although my system's abilities were all strange, in the end, it still followed the most basic principle of equivalent exchange. None of my lucky draws were reliable. Rather than calling this a wheel of fortune, it would be more accurate to call it a wishing machine that followed the most basic principle of equivalent exchange. Such magic and divine arts did indeed exist in the mortal plane, such as the wishing pool of Ein. However, my system was obviously much more high level. As time passed, this feeling became clearer and clearer. As I was a conspiracy theorist who would even worry about picking up a wallet on the ground as a trap, how could I not be suspicious of something as unscientific and unmagical as my system? The final confirmation came from the information that the White Dragon, Sam, told me not long ago. A great prophet of the Order faction? Does this have anything to do with the Order faction? Isn't prophecy supposed to be a separate magic system? Of course, this is only the ultimate power of the Order faction. Order has its own rules, and the highest level of rules are space and time. Prophecy abilities seem to have no rules at all, but they are actually the materialization of the rules of space and time. Being able to obtain more information than your opponent is the foundational reason why the Order faction's overall combat strength is always higher than the Chaos faction's. Fate is the same. Otherwise, why would the god of fate be in the Order faction? By now, I was pretty much certain that my system was inextricably linked to the source of order. That game guide was far more detailed than any prophecy I could think of, and it was even more acceptable to me as a transmigrator. In that case, the so-called fate points were naturally an ability of the Order faction. In fact, I even guessed that perhaps in the previous Holy War, there was also a hot-blooded young man like me who obtained a cheat system and became a great prophet of the Order faction. He learned of everything that was about to happen, and with the help of my system, he finally defeated the evil Demon King and became a hero. Not only did he marry a beautiful, rich, and beautiful woman, he also became a winner in life. In the end, he even ascended to godhood due to his achievements. Fine then, I was talking about the god of holy light, Roland Luashi, whose name had even been forgotten by others. But even though I guessed this, I didn't say it out loud. After all, that would be the equivalent of telling my cards on the table. And since I was an existence that would follow you even after entering the cycle of reincarnation, it would be impossible to avoid it even if I wanted to. And now, as our grand scheme had entered a critical juncture, it was time for me to tell my cards on the table. After all, we were about to become enemies with the entire Order faction. I was wrong back then, but my choice this time isn't wrong. After a moment of silence, my system spoke up in a rare, serious tone, revealing a past event that had long been hidden in history. Chapter 441. When Roland finally made up his mind to have a showdown with the system, the Ottoman Empire's former capital city, which was still eternally covered in rain, was about to complete the final piece of the puzzle for the Inferno plan. Actually, although this was originally a battle between mortals, a battle between the Sea Tribe and the Bardi Empire, Lady Storm's incarnation soon interfered. This battle soon surpassed the limits of what mortals could interfere with. Damned mages! Damned humans! Her bluish-purple skin was now covered in cracks. Even her previously smooth and white face was now covered in wounds, making her originally beautiful face seem rather vicious. No wonder Lady Storm was so furious. This was already her second true god incarnation. After losing one incarnation, directly summoning a second incarnation would already be a major loss for her, and the current situation was still far from optimistic. If this incarnation was destroyed here, she would suffer a great loss. The red-haired swordsman, who was currently digging his ears in a carefree manner, was the target of Lady Storm's angry glare. "Mortal, mortal, mortal, mortal! You dare to look down on me!" Lady Storm, who had a bad temper to begin with, was now furious. Her screams were filled with hysteria, but she didn't summon windstorms to lash at the ground like she usually did to directly kill this blasphemer. The reason? Just now, her first incarnation had been personally killed by the seemingly unremarkable mortal swordsman. His heavy sword had suddenly descended like lightning and sliced her incarnation in half, causing a large amount of divine power to explode. All the power she had accumulated over the past half a year had been reduced to nothingness. And this wasn't even the reason why she was so furious. Asterisk boom. Asterisk explosions and cannons kept ringing out in the distance. Floating airships were in formation above the water surface, slowly launching a new wave of attacks towards the City of Rain. At this moment, most of the dark clouds in the sky had dispersed. The drizzling rain wasn't able to slow down the mortals' footsteps. Although the sea tribe's barrier still existed on the ground, the ever-decreasing water level made the mortals feel fear. They never expected that the warm sunlight of the past would cause them so much pain. They were starting to miss the icy ocean as they faced the Bardi army's aggressiveness. In their fear and despair, they kept chanting the name of the god. But what made them feel even more despair was that the god that should have been supreme had just been killed in front of everyone's eyes. Even though the goddess of storms immediately sent out her incarnation, she was still dragged into a bitter battle by the red-haired sword saint. The mages around her all had extraordinary power, and it seemed that the incarnation of the true god was about to be defeated. Perhaps our god isn't supreme. Perhaps we can't withstand the rain. Perhaps we, the sea tribe, should live in the water. The sunlight and the rain were both weakening their confidence that they would definitely win. The Bardi Empire's sturdy ships and cannons were the most direct threat to them. The true god of storm, who was supposed to be undefeatable, had been defeated right in front of them, which was the most fatal blow to their confidence. Hurry up and run, or else it'll be too late. Why do I have to risk my life for those tribal leaders? Even if the Rain City belongs to the sea folk, I haven't even been given a proper campfire or room. Even the venerated god has been defeated. If we don't leave now, there'll be no hope at all. The temptations of the devil echoed in everyone's ears. The original god of storms, who couldn't see any hope of victory, wavered. But someone suddenly shouted loudly. The high priest ran away. Look at his flag. He ran away. He's running away. High Priest Melkan, who represented the goddess of storms, was also present. And right now, in the middle of the storm, his flag that was glowing with a divine blue light was indeed retreating. At this moment, someone took the lead, but the tribesmen were the first to start fleeing. And once they started fleeing, it was impossible to stop them. Mortals! The furious Lady Storm's incarnation wanted to stop them, but that heavy sword covered in lightning blocked her way. Lady, the main character, has already left before the ball has even ended. That's not giving me any face. Are my techniques that bad? Taking a deep breath, Lady Storm regained her composure. At this point, it would be foolish of her not to realize that she had fallen into a trap. The mortal sword saint in front of her was indeed powerful, but he was unable to cause any harm to her. More importantly, he was also of the lightning element, which meant that he was highly resistant to her attacks. Not only that, it seemed that his abilities were also inclined towards defense, which was why she was unable to shake him off. Copy meteor shower. A cold voice sounded from behind her. The meteor shower that descended from the sky dealt a fatal blow to the sea folk, but it also announced the existence of Marguerite. One by one, the shining meteor shower descended. Every time one of them exploded, it would set off surging waves and countless cries of agony, even though it wasn't as powerful as the original destructive forbidden spell. The miniature version of the copied forbidden spell was still shockingly powerful. And from the very beginning, it was the sage who unhesitatingly released the forbidden spell on the battlefield, which was why the true god's incarnation targeted him. In the end, he was killed once. And now, the second incarnation was still forced into a desperate situation. Lady Storm was unable to give up on the battle and her believers. She had just ascended to the position of a powerful god, and she had already used all her chips here. She didn't have many allies to begin with, so she had no time to retreat. Her believers were retreating, and the miracles in the sky had dissipated. The source of faith that she had overspent was beginning to feel exhausted. She was like a gambler, constantly putting the chips she had harvested into a new round of gambling. Although her winning streak had allowed her to grow rapidly, she could not afford to lose because her family was not strong enough and the gambling was getting more and more high-end. So she could not afford to lose at all. As long as she lost the City of Rain, it would be good if her divinity simply fell back. The most likely outcome would be that her power of faith would be completely exhausted, and she would instantly fall into an eternal slumber. She was quite anxious as she watched the battle situation get worse and worse. However, she didn't have the ability to protect them. Her sea monster army had long since been stopped by the mortal army. Although she was quite annoyed at the fact that this smiling mortal swordsman in front of her was so disgusting, she had to admit that he did indeed have the ability to challenge the gods. Finally, as anger and humiliation intertwined, she made a decision that everyone was looking forward to at the same time. Under the shadow, two figures were conversing privately. No matter how many times I see it, I'd just like to see mortals collapse and despair. One of them was a seemingly childish black-haired, black-eyed youth. He was currently smiling evilly as he watched everything unfold before him. He was the messenger of despair, the devil lord from hell, and right now he was completing the mission he had been entrusted with, which was to speed up the sea tribe's collapse. What he saw was a youth who looked exactly the same as him. This youth was happily waving the sea tribe's highest priest's military flag, while all the guards around him had already been reduced to corpses. The highest priest's head was still lying on the ground, unwilling to die. The air, which was hard to see with the naked eye, was now filled with despair and discord. As the highest level existence in this world, the main god level lord of despair was the embodiment of fear and despair. He could make even the strongest hero instantly collapse with just his gaze. This large-scale domain of despair was very difficult to detect. However, it would stimulate the fear and despair in the hearts of the weak. On this battlefield, everyone would have to face their own inner fear. All relationships of trust would be doubted, and all loyalty would be tortured by countless illusions. For the Lord of Despair, having the mortal army flee was nothing more than a game. The sea tribe's collapse wasn't undeserved. Heimer, you can have fun, but don't get in the way. Boss, don't rush me. You should know that she's a powerful god as well. It won't be difficult to kill off her incarnation, but it'll be quite difficult to affect her rationality and make her make foolish decisions. Oh, here it comes. It would seem that the number one crazy woman in the Southwest Seas hasn't improved much over the years. As expected, she's risking everything at such a critical moment. The person that Heimer referred to as boss was a white-robed young man. He was currently playing with a red rose. When he heard Heimer's words, Heimer also looked towards the sky. The appearance of the sky had changed once again. The dark clouds that had dispersed with great difficulty gathered again. Countless gales twisted into a ball, and dozens of giant tornadoes were forming a new group of storms. And at the place where the storm was most concentrated, a hole was vaguely opened in the sky, and the eye of the storm was peeking out from it. Looking at it from the internet, the one-eyed Storm King seemed to be reaching down from the clouds, preparing to interfere with the mortal world. The big fish has finally taken the bait. Cavendish shouldn't have existed in this world to begin with. System. Astria used this puzzling phrase to unveil the dust-covered past. Our battle against Cynthia caused us to fall into a long, deep sleep. I had heard Ale mention all of this before. In the very first Holy War, the goddesses of chaos and chaos, who had nearly equal power and abilities, fought to the point where neither side won. Both of them fell into a state of suspended animation. But if the two of them simply fell asleep, that would be underestimating the goddesses of chaos and chaos far too much. Even though their physical bodies were no longer able to revive, their divine souls could still roam this world. The so-called bottomless chaos abyss was an endless, bottomless world of chaos. That was the goddess of chaos herself. In her own personal domain, she transformed into the will of the chaos abyss and created a system for demons to level up. The summoning from the chaos abyss was something that those with inferno bloodlines were unable to resist. Every time a child that she took a fancy to appeared, she would think of a way to make that child enter the chaos abyss. Perhaps it was because of her diligence, or perhaps it was because the Chaos faction was more suited to combat than the Order faction to begin with. Not only did the Chaos faction's overall power level begin to surpass the Order factions, the Chaos faction always took the initiative in every holy war. The constant appearance of chaos and chaos in the world also gave her power, making Cynthia more and more clear-headed. Of course, this also made her crazier and crazier. The goddess of order wasn't as fortunate as her younger sister. Since she was the goddess of order, she would naturally be restricted by order's rules. Pure order didn't need a self. It only needed a ruler that wouldn't make mistakes. The end result was that the goddess of order's sense of self became thinner and weaker, to the point where she even lost contact with her physical body. And in the middle of the last holy war, pure order rejected the goddess of order's intervention. It could be predicted that even if the goddess of order revived again, she wouldn't be a goddess. Instead, she would be the incarnation of order. The past, I was wrong. Perhaps her wandering life in the mortal world had changed her. Or perhaps she had unknowingly lost her crown as the goddess of order and became a wandering ghost with no home to return to. Compared to the overly idealistic and naive young lady of the past, Astria was far more realistic and easy to deal with. However, due to her overflowing maternal love, ALS words, personality, she was still worried about this world and its citizens. That was why, even if she lost her ability to directly interfere with the world, she would still think of ways to help the weaker Order faction obtain the final victory, even if that wasn't enough to solve the final problem. Unable to directly interfere? That's right, Cynthia still had the support of the entire Chaos Abyss. However, Astria was merely a will without a physical body. Her only method of interfering with the world would be to possess my body. Perhaps a nicer way of saying this would be guidance from the heavens/saints/justice. But it was actually nothing more than that. Child of fate. In every holy war, the mortal heroes will always shine brilliantly, and the person with the deepest karma will doubtlessly be the most dazzling star of that holy war. His actions will likely change the result of this holy war. Astria was basically a different kind of transmigrator. The goddess of time, space, and fate would always find the most dazzling child of fate in the river of fate before every holy war. She would give him information about the future, give him the power of the natural order, and guide him to victory. It would seem that she was the so-called great prophet of order. For example, the god of holy light from back in the day. Yes, he was a good person. That year, the situation was actually quite terrible. The demons were far more powerful than the elves. Under my guidance, the god of holy light found the essence of twisted light that was used to counter the demons and undead's natural order. Holy light. At the very least, before he ascended to the throne and gave up on himself, he was a good person. Then this time it's me, the future Dark Knight Emperor, Demon Prince Roland. I felt rather bitter and depressed. It seemed that I still hadn't broken free from the shackles of fate. However, this mysterious depression only lasted for an instant before I shook my head and got rid of it. No matter what the reason was, it was my own choice that I had reached this point. Perhaps my system's information and assistance had helped me to a certain extent, but it was impossible for her to choose my own future for me. I wasn't weak enough to blame others for my own mistakes. Besides, I had never intended to stand on either side. That would only cause the holy war to continue forever. It would be foolish to treat the symptoms and not the root cause. Since even Yongya was unable to stop her, that meant that there was a limit to how much she could interfere with the holy war. So, why should I think too much about it? What I needed to do now was to break free from the shackles of my useless seniors and completely end this holy war. Don't be too harsh on your seniors. Not every child of fate is a transmigrator. I should say that I was astonished to learn that there was actually another world out there. Your information from another world was basically a virus. It changed my way of thinking far more than what I had experienced in countless holy wars. I admit that I was too extreme back in the day. You do have the right to be arrogant. Although your starting point was the lowest, you did the best out of all the previous children of fate. At the very least, you found a path that didn't originally exist. I saw hope in you to end the holy war. Then, what did you mean when you said that there's no Cavendish in this world? I meant exactly what I said. You should have seen the strategy I gave you. Cavendish doesn't exist in it. This is indeed a normal path of fate. Then, there's something abnormal about this. For some reason, I seem to have discovered the truth of what happened back in the day. Yes, this time, Cynthia, who had suffered at my hands, was constantly watching me. She discovered my choice. Although she doesn't have the ability to predict the future, she fought with me over the child of fate's soul, and the result was that the child of fate was split in two. However, the two damaged souls were perfected under our protection. The part with the memories of a transmigrator was affected by the power of order, and was naturally inclined towards order. Meanwhile, Cavendish was the complete opposite. He was born inclined towards chaos. His inconceivable speed of growth was completely incomprehensible. I was rendered speechless. It would seem that my younger brother and I had been lucky to have been born. At the very least, we hadn't been played to death by the goddesses of chaos in our wombs. As for the fact that we originally shared the same soul, that didn't really matter. Since we were living in this world, our memories and experiences would be different, making us two completely different individuals. It didn't matter how we were at the beginning. At most, we were just clones. Many thoughts flashed through my mind. All the clues were strung together, and I seemed to see the truth. In that case, the true culprit behind the Mist Kingdom incident. Cynthia also obtained the child of fate that she desired. It was actually quite simple to find the mastermind behind a successful scheme. All one needed to do was find the person who benefited from the Mist Kingdom's destruction. Perhaps only the Chaos faction would benefit from it. Cavendish, who was chosen by the Chaos Abyss, borrowed the power of a demon to take revenge under Cynthia's enticement. He then walked deeper and deeper into the Chaos Abyss. The transmigrator Roland, who was possessed by the goddess of order, reached the end of his road and formed a blood feud with the Holy Church, which was the main faction of the Order faction. This was the perfect ending for the Chaos faction. At this point, it was no longer necessary to guess who had isolated the snowy mountain from the Mist Kingdom. It was either Cynthia herself, or the Chaos main god who was related to her. In the end, this grudge would still be placed on Cynthia. After thinking it over, I couldn't help but chuckle. Although I knew a lot, apart from the fact that I was closer to Cavendish than any ordinary brother, nothing else seemed to have changed. I still needed to break the cycle of reincarnation's monopoly, and I couldn't allow the two goddesses of order to truly awaken. Do you still have the power of prophecy? Not yet. Since I've already interfered with fate, it's natural that fate's trajectory is beyond my control. Useless. From today onwards, all system products will be sold at 3 times the normal price. In the end, it's still up to me to decide my own fate. Not far away, a tear in the sky suddenly appeared, along with a pungent smell of sulfur. This meant that our long-awaited guests had finally arrived. It would seem that now wasn't the time to think too much. 1, 2, 3 main god-level existences. The Chaos faction really thinks highly of us. Although there would definitely be pursuers, considering that we might not even have a chance to return, the Chaos faction was willing to send out so many main god-level existences at once. Should I say that the Chaos faction thought highly of us? Or should I say that the devils were far too unpopular? Roland, I've come to play with you. All right then, that familiar voice that sounded like he was visiting was far too familiar. Only that idiot younger brother of mine would do something like this. My head was getting more and more painful. Chapter 442. The entire sky is burning. How majestic. The air in the dragon world had never been so turbid. 2 moons hung in the sky, but they were both bright red. The mountains in the distance were already floating in the sky, and the ferocious beasts were howling helplessly in the air. An unlucky green dragon was suddenly trapped by a dimensional crack in the sky. In just a short instant, it went from an adult dragon to a young dragon, then to a young dragon, and finally to a dragon egg. Time, gravity, space, and all the other fundamental laws of the world had problems. The physical constants all became random, and Dragon World was on the verge of collapse. In the sky, the white dragon Sam was roaring angrily as if he was trying to argue against something. However, the end result was that several dragon breaths almost roasted him. The supreme immemorial white dragon didn't counterattack. He just angrily landed on the ground and transformed back into his human form with a displeased expression. I told you it's useless. As for me, I had already advised him that it would be meaningless to explain himself at this moment. These stubborn old artifacts deserve to be killed by the Titan giants. Did they really think that they'd be able to escape unscathed? The young snow elf's handsome face was filled with displeasure. However, he already knew that this would be the result, but he still wanted to try. I shrugged, but didn't say anything. At the very least, I didn't know what to say. You must have thought of something like this. You actually went up to explain yourself. The dragons are furious at being tricked. It's meaningless for a traitor like you to say anything to them. The fact that you weren't directly killed only means that they weren't confident in being able to kill you. All right, I didn't say anything, but the demon lord didn't give me any face at all. You, however, even the supreme immemorial white dragon, didn't dare to turn against me. He could only look at me. Relax, I won't forget anything I promised you. The white dragons will definitely become the strongest dragon species. And what I promised you, yep, I'll fulfill. Of course, if it wasn't for the fact that I had given them such a powerful bargaining chip, it would have been impossible for the white dragons to be willing to give up Dragon World. In fact, the other dragons might even hate them and want to follow me. Now that things had developed to this point, even if the dragons still wanted to remain neutral, it was impossible for them to do so. That was because even if the demons changed their attitude and didn't cause trouble for them, I had already arranged for some old friends to join them. They truly had a good relationship with Dragon City. Finally, I'm free. The ancient divine language echoed throughout the entire plain. Although no one understood this ancient tongue twister, its meaning was naturally understood by all intelligent beings. In the haze, it was as if a giant had turned over its body. The pure power of order had caused the dimension to vibrate even more intensely. The sleeping old gods had finally begun to awaken. Sam's face turned ghastly pale. It's the Titan. Yes, Titan. Looking at the panicking supreme ancient white dragon, I found it funny. It seemed that I had overestimated him. Meanwhile, the dragons in the sky were even more flustered. They really did not expect that the Titan seal would be opened at this time, and they would face the challenge of their old enemy. You, what did you do? Even the old white dragon fell into a state of panic in the face of the archenemy in the ancient epics. Me, I didn't do anything. I just followed the plan and isolated this plane from the other worlds. Actually, with the white dragon Sam's knowledge and experience, he should have been able to guess what was going to happen as long as he carefully thought about it. Unfortunately, his eyes were already mesmerized by my beautiful promise, which was why he was so flustered. Actually, it was quite easy to guess. The Titan giants had been sealed in this world by the 4 elemental planes. The 4 elemental planes were still connected to the Titan giants, continuously supplying the Titan giants with the power of the seal's elements. If the Titan giants were to suddenly cut off all connections to the other planes, would the 4 elemental planes be an exception? In that case, the Titan giants would lose their support and become water without a source. It was only natural that the Titan giants would soon collapse. And once the Titan giants were freed, this world that they were sealed in would naturally collapse as well. This was exactly what I wanted. Of course, in order to achieve this, just relying on mortals wouldn't be enough. Orlos was nothing more than a scapegoat. As for which powerful individual was behind all this, everyone knew, but no one would say it out loud. At the very least, back when I was in the Earth elemental plane, Orlos had successfully done this once. Of course, Sam didn't know about this, so he wouldn't have thought of this. You're basically a devil. From a certain standpoint, Sam had fallen into my trap. This time, he had completely become a traitor to Dragon City. However, I laughed at this. Did he really think that I didn't know what he was planning? His family was still in the dragon's territory. It was impossible that he intended to return to the dragon's territory after receiving his payment and remain neutral. However, it wasn't that easy to get on my ship. You wanted to leave after getting on my ship? Devil. Thank you for your praise. Thank you for your praise. Yep, I'm a devil. My response had reached a secret agreement with the devil, Lord Camilcias. I felt that it would be nice to be treated as a devil, while he felt that comparing me to a devil was a type of praise for the devils. Actually, I was becoming more and more optimistic about this little Camilcias. At the very least, he was decisive enough to know when to make a huge gamble and directly use all of his resources. The devils weren't two-faced, and I would trust them equally. Now that the situation had developed to this point, it was either a complete victory or a complete defeat. There was no room for hesitation or retreat. In the end, Sam was still a dragon's. Perhaps he was experienced enough to make certain decisions, but he was far too arrogant and naive when it came to the bigger picture. He always felt that he would be an exception, that he wouldn't need to pay much in return. He even wanted to avoid participating in this battle. Why? Because you're dragons? I didn't need to say anything hurtful. It was enough that I knew what I was doing. But right now, the white dragon who had been tricked by us was rather hysterical. Titans, dragons, how do you intend to end this? Old Sam had finally realized how insane we were. This time we had completely offended the dragons, and the Titans, who were about to awaken, weren't our friends. His words were both questioning and hesitating. And this? Why? They should be the ones begging me to save them. What's the most profitable thing to do at the end of the world? Selling ship tickets. The entire world was about to collapse, but there was one place that was still stable. That's right, the Ghost Wind Plains where our base was located. Soon, this place would become the core of the new world, as well as the only safe place. Anyone who wanted to take refuge here would need my permission. As for whether or not I would take this opportunity to extort money from them, wasn't that for sure? You wanted to successfully survive this Armageddon? Sure, buy ship tickets from me. I'll pay for everything. You created the Armageddon, then charged money to save people. Did the children of fate of this generation choose the wrong person? Morality should have been added to the system's evaluation long ago. I learned from you. At the very least, I wasn't the one who created this mess. Dragon World's collapse was inevitable, and I could even help clean it up myself. All right, I finally quieted down. Wasn't the goddess of order the one who created this mess herself? She was unable to clean it up, and she even needed me to help clean it up. Just thinking about how we were able to force the Titans and dragons to hand over all of their wealth and force them to work for us, I felt that this was already a great deal. Don't be so happy yet. Those guys are coming. Of course, in order to make a fortune from this battle, we would first need to properly deal with the major problem at hand and chase away the enemies chasing us. The Dragon World's dimensional plane was collapsing, causing it to lose contact with other planes. As time passed, it would only become more and more difficult to contact Dragon World from the mortal plane. However, the dimensional plane's collapse also meant that it would be much easier for certain existences to send us something disgusting. 3 of them. Do you recognize them? Of course, the Chaos Faction's pursuers were coming together with the Chaos Faction's flames. Her reaction was within my expectations. I refused to believe that none of the immemorial devils were completely loyal to the Chaos Abyss. As long as a few traitors gave us the dimensional coordinates, it was only natural that the Chaos Abyss would send reinforcements as soon as possible. Since we had main god-level existences on our side, it was only natural that the Chaos Abyss would send us main god-level demon lords and chaos evil gods. Considering that chaos evil gods would usually have their own divine kingdoms, and demon lords' demon summoning abilities would allow them to summon demon armies at will. Even if only one of them came, they would still have to face a war-level threat. There are 4 of them. Not far away, a crack appeared in the red sky. Along with the descent of the Holy Voice, an old acquaintance of ours appeared. Behind the entire angel army was an orange-red god of light. The Order faction's pursuers also arrived at the same time. The god of Holy Light's figure of light was hazy. However, I could instinctively sense that he was looking at me and wanted to tear me apart. The god of Holy Light is only an incarnation. I was first surprised and delighted, but then I felt rather disappointed. Even if he's only an incarnation, he'll still be able to wield incredible power in this world where dimensional restrictions have already collapsed. His current power level is still at main god level. All right then, let me first exclaim that the god of Holy Light's accumulations were far too ridiculous. I never expected that I would be able to fight against him so soon. This really made me happy. It's a pity that he's only an incarnation. I lowered my head and retracted my angry gaze. I instantly relaxed my clenched fists, allowing my hatred to return to the bottom of my heart. I'll leave my incarnation here. Although I still couldn't truly take revenge for the god of Holy Light, I would at least have a chance to collect some interest. The stronger an incarnation was, the more power it would consume. If such a powerful incarnation died, I would be able to directly use up all the divine power that the god of Holy Light had accumulated over the years. This was a rare opportunity. Meanwhile, the old devil also determined who my opponent was based on the familiar characteristics of my opponent's power. That was because even though the Chaos faction had more main gods than the Order faction, there were only 14 of them. If the devils weren't included, there wouldn't be that many candidates. Demon Marquis Ladvioka from the 9th to 13th levels of the Chaos Abyss. Demons' true names are all quite long. This is already an abbreviation and a transliteration. Ladvioka isn't very famous in the mortal plane. Perhaps Lord of Putrefaction will make it easier for people to remember him. In the area where the meteor landed, a putrefaction mist was spreading. The foul smell caused the air to become highly toxic, and a tall figure was slowly standing up in the middle of the toxic mist. Never heard of him. A powerful demon lord should be quite famous in the mortal plane, but the strange thing was that I had never heard of this lord's achievements before. This guy is quite low-key. He doesn't have any believers in the mortal plane, but there are at least 30 different types of plague viruses in the mortal plane that were created by him. He's quite secretive about harvesting souls, to the point of treating it like an art. You should understand if I say it more directly. He's an immemorial demon from the same generation as us. I've fought against him many times, and although I've won quite a few times, I've never been able to kill him. Someone who had fought against the leader of the 9 Devil Lords so many times and survived? This unknown guy would definitely be super difficult to deal with. Meanwhile, a gigantic warrior was standing on the other side of the meteor. He wore heavy armor that didn't have any decorations or patterns on it. Even his mask that covered his entire face was a plain white board. However, nobody would dare to underestimate him. He wielded a heavy 2-handed sword made of obsidian, and the cracks on his sword still had the golden blood of a god seeping through them. Just standing there silently gave off a limitless aura of might, as if he were a towering giant. But the next moment he seemed like a lifeless stone statue, which made it natural for others to ignore his existence. The eternal demon war god, Chaos Evil God Donati's, the demon lord of the 451st level of the Chaos Abyss. I'm sure you'll recognize him. Of course I knew about this Chaos Evil God. Many thieves, bandits, and bloodthirsty warriors worshipped Donati's. Of the few gods that demons would consider respecting, Donati's was ranked at the very top of the list. and in every holy war, Donati's would always be the vanguard of the vanguards. Yet he was still able to survive until now, which was sufficient evidence of his power level. Chaos evil gods had similarities as well as differences from the order gods. Chaos evil gods were also capable of absorbing the power of faith to strengthen themselves. However, since they weren't bound by the natural laws and divine concepts, they could also strengthen themselves through actual combat and training, just like demons. Unless you were a noob that relied on the power of faith to reach the top, any chaos evil god of the same power level would be twice as troublesome. Not only would you have to face a chaos evil god that was a part of God, but you would also have to face their individual power level. Their divine kingdoms were usually located in the bottomless chaos abyss. Since they were neighbors with demons, they would always have to be on guard against friendly neighbors that always wanted to visit them. Donati's only occupied one level as his divine kingdom, yet no one had ever visited him for thousands of years. This was more than enough to prove how frightening he was. It could be said that when considering his combat achievements and power level, Donati's was the opponent that I wanted to avoid the most. Why is this person here? Are all of you so unpopular? He's a loyal hound of chaos. What's so strange about him being the first to come? Alright then, when I looked at the final chaos evil god, whose face was exactly the same even after transforming, I felt my head hurt even more. Donati's was actually cooking fish soup in the middle of the battlefield. That huge fish that was constantly struggling in the pot seemed rather familiar. There was even an incredibly ugly human face on it. I felt like I had seen this face in a book before. I don't think I need to introduce the final chaos evil god. He's currently the most popular newcomer in all of history, the person who became a main god the fastest. He's your younger brother, Abyss Prince Cavendish. Combat achievements? Power characteristics? Nope. He's fought far too few times. Anyone who's seen him before has already died. If I'm not mistaken, the fish in his pot should be the lord of the 76th level of the Chaos Abyss, the Black Blade Fish Emperor Antonloston. He's capable of transforming his body into a sea of black mist that's immune to both physical and magical attacks. He's quite difficult to deal with. Donati seemed to notice that we were looking at him as he happily waved at me in greeting. Roland, if you're still alive after this fight, I'll treat you to some fish soup. Yep, just as I thought. Donati's was always like this. Others might think that he was joking, but he was actually quite serious. If we were still alive after this fight, he really would treat me to some fish soup. And the other meaning of this was that he would definitely seriously attempt to kill me. This is definitely the fault of chaos invading my brain. The other half of my soul can't possibly be so retarded. Chapter 443. Mythical Ranked Main Quest. Look up at heaven from hell, and drag heaven into hell. Quest requirements. Defeat 4 main god level existences before the end of your lifespan. Each main god will bestow 100,000 fate points. If you successfully defeat them, you will receive an additional god equipment level item. Punishment for failure. Obviously, this is unnecessary. System notification. You will receive a god equipment for each main god you kill. Don't say that I'm not helping you. What? You're saying that you can't even kill one? Yep, only one main god appears every several thousand years, so it's only natural that you can't kill them. Do you think it's so easy to use power to create a god equipment? Cough, that's just how I like it. Can a goddess not like to comment? Who made such a rule? When I heard my system's notification, I also felt rather helpless and exclaimed. When I originally guessed that my system was the goddess of order, the biggest reason I didn't believe it was because my system obviously lacked moral integrity. She was completely different from how a traditional goddess should be. Ale just happened to tell me that the mother goddess was an incredibly loving goddess. To be honest, I still had some expectations, but now that I saw her in person. Instructor, this doesn't seem right. Can I return the item? Actually, it's only natural that you think that way. Even an old woman, who's a few decades old would get hysterical. Someone who's a few hundred years old or even a few thousand years old would basically go crazy, Harlois and Amelia. Someone who's a few 100,000 years old or even a few million years old. But sometimes, even if I said bad things about someone in my mind, it was still possible for them to hear me. I used to be quite the goddess. It's all because of those random viruses in your head. Do you dare to write out what you normally think for others? How could I? That would be too embarrassing. I know. Do you really think that I'll be able to maintain my goddess demeanor if I read such a thing? A young girl's innocence and kindness is because she hasn't experienced life's hardships. Her smooth and beautiful hands are because she hasn't been ruined by her family's troubles. She calls herself a virtuous lady because she hasn't watched those random Korean or American dramas. My style used to be quite normal. It's all because you've corrupted my mind. You need to take responsibility. Cough, cough. I was rendered speechless. I suddenly felt that the goddess's current behavior was very normal. Yep, very normal. It had nothing to do with me at all. From a certain standpoint, possessing another's body was also the same as living together with another's soul. Those who lived together with another's physical body would often have personalities and habits that became more and more compatible with one another. Even the silly cat who had only been with me for a few years had been raised by me into a complaining slave. Over the past several hundred years, it would seem that I had accidentally raised the goddess of ice into a shameless individual. If her former followers saw this, they would probably have even more people trying to kill her. However, the mission she gave this time was obviously biased. She would kill a main god and then use the rules to modify the spoils of war so that they could be used immediately. But to be honest, killing any one of them would be far too difficult. I didn't have any confidence at all. A main god's leveling up or death would be a major event that would shock the entire world. Their power levels, intelligence, cunning, and secret methods far surpassed any ordinary person's imagination. And right now, the most important thing was to complete my grand plan. Even if this mission was placed in front of me, I didn't intend to complete it. Actually, my system knew this as well. That was why she added a note at the end, saying that this was actually the goal I should complete. System notification. If you can survive until the end of the world cycle, apart from a reward of 50,000 fate points, you will also be provided with a single-dimensional repair service. I think I've lost out on a lot this time. This was basically the equivalent of a newbie finishing the job and an experienced helping out. This was obviously a good thing, but I still didn't have any confidence. It seems that I've been ordered to hack and hack? For main god level existences? How troublesome. God of holy light, don't you always say that you're the demon's natural enemy, and that only by killing off a demon lord would you be able to match your status? Currently, I was telling a cold joke that even I couldn't laugh at. I really wanted to face them as easily as I usually did. However, my opponents this time were quite different. Our actions simultaneously affected the most fundamental benefits of both the Order faction and Chaos faction, which was why they unhesitatingly sent out a force capable of crushing us. They simultaneously sent out 4 main god level existences. In the Order faction, this would be half the power. And when considering how chaotic the Chaos faction was and how arrogant the demon lords were, this was probably all the strength that the will of the Chaos Abyss could mobilize. The demons and devils had already begun fighting. Their battlefield reminded me of the Chaos Abyss. However, the current situation wasn't optimistic at all. We only had one main god on our side, the Lord of Lies. I didn't even know if the other 2 devil lords added together could even be counted as one. It was obvious that we lacked high-level combat strength. As for the low-level combat strength, Demon's summoning ability is truly a bug. Can you not cheat like this? Ladvioka, who was in the midst of a green mist, simply lifted his gigantic warhammer, causing countless cracks to appear in the sky. Demons jumped in one after another, ranging from the top-level 4-legged evil war demons, Berserk Sword Inferno demons, and Abyssal Terror demons to the low-level demon children and imps. Demons would never complain about having too little cannon fodder. Meanwhile, Chaos War God Donati's was still standing there with a sword in hand, as if he was an unmoving stone statue. However, faint battle songs could be heard around him as the illusory Valkyrie Palace transformed into reality. Far North Sea pirates wearing horned helmets and wielding battle axes, as well as dual-wielding thieves wearing shadowy cloaks and various battle-crazed Valkyrie warriors, walked out of the palace to fight for their powerful lord. In the sky, holy light swirled about as war horns sounded. High-level angels' wings transformed into streaks of flames that twisted the air. The god of holy light's incarnation seemed to be waiting for something. The holy light god's incarnation seemed to be waiting for something. All right then, judging from how things were going, it seemed that I had misspoken. These weren't low-level combat strength at all. Any high-level demon on the surface would be able to cause a catastrophic disaster. But here, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Any Valkyrie that the Chaos War God had collected would have their own myth or legend rank. Many of them had even challenged the gods before, but here, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. The angels in the sky weren't the low-level ones that had previously appeared in Aichi. Their burning wings proved that they were at least level 3 seraphim. However, they were still nothing more than cannon fodder sent here to test the waters. Although choosing this alternate dimension as the battlefield helped me avoid a lot of trouble, the end result was that high-level combat strength was easily able to enter the fray. Now, it would seem that I've outsmarted myself. Fortunately, the immemorial devils weren't to be trifled with. High-level devils summoned middle-level devils, and middle-level devils summoned low-level devils. This series of summoning created an endless amount of cannon fodder. Not only that, the immemorial devils' strange abilities were even stranger and more powerful. These ancient existences knew that this was an important moment for them to fulfill their species' long-cherished wish, so they all used their strongest combat strength. Our immemorial devil army wasn't weak at all. At the very least, there wouldn't be any problems with low-level combat strength for the time being. However, the absolute difference in high-level combat strength would be fatal. Although Cavendish, the Chaos War God, and the others hadn't taken action yet, their very existence was a tremendous threat to us. We would need to have the same combat strength as them in order to defend against them. However, this was obviously impossible. The situation was so terrible, but I still smiled in satisfaction. Didn't your first teacher teach you common sense about adventuring? Never fight against a mage in his home turf. God of holy light, I truly regret that you didn't come in your true body. Otherwise, this new world would have been even stronger. That's right, since I already knew that we would be hunted down at the highest level, of course I would have made preparations. From the very start, I had already laid down a trap that was large enough to devour a gigantic crocodile. I lightly touched the ground and dispelled the illusory spell. The entire world transformed into another dimension. The rapidly decreasing temperature and endless snow told everyone that this was no longer the primitive dragon world. Instead, it was the frigid winter earth of the far north, where even breathing would be fatal. The ghost wind plains had been able to remain intact despite the entire world collapsing because it was no longer part of the dragon world. Instead, it was a part of my frigid winter earth. This was also the home turf that I had chosen for this battle. From the very first day that I had arrived here, I had opened up the frigid winter earth to connect the two worlds together. Or perhaps, considering that the incomplete frigid winter earth was constantly absorbing the nutrients and natural laws of this world, it would be more appropriate to call it a parasite. And now the parasite was on the verge of collapse. In that case, there was no longer any need to maintain the so-called disguise. It was time for the cancer cells to furiously devour and steal everything. In this collapsing, colorful world, there was a sliver of white that was particularly eye-catching. While the surrounding space and ground were cracking apart, that sliver of white was seizing the opportunity to devour the surrounding soil. More and more colors were dyed with the white of the frigid winter earth, and the monotonous frigid winter earth now had a new color to it. What a beautiful scene! Come, angels, demons, Valkyrie, you'll all be the highest quality food for this new world. I laughed maniacally as all illusions transformed into reality. Now that the ice plains and the real world were broken apart, the hidden ambushers naturally revealed their true appearances. A black knight rode on a skeleton mount silently. Before the King of Death gave an order, the undead knight wouldn't make a single sound. Undead knight, black knight, bone dragon knight, the gigantic undead knight squadron would forever be the vanguard of the Yongya army. And now, they had stealthily entered the battlefield. They were as silent as ever, but the blazing flames within their skeletons revealed their thirst for slaughter and harvesting the souls of the dead. And they were just the beginning. Behind the vanguard of the undead knight was a tremendous undead army. Since the frigid winter earth was capable of storing an unlimited number of undead, when I needed to open up new combat strength for the future, the skeleton warriors from Shilua and Sulphur Mountain City would form the new Yongya army. Behind them, the skeleton soul-summoning tower, made of obsidian, slowly rose from the icy ground. The eyes of the skeleton on the tower were burning with green flames. It was glowing with a pale white light, as if it was thirsting for the souls of the living. Finally, the skeleton opened its mouth as if it was laughing maniacally. The soul-summoning tower emitted a black light that transformed into a gigantic pillar of light that shot into the sky. Then the color of the sky that had been dyed red changed once again. Dark clouds and darkness descended at the same time, and a cold wind began to blow across the land. Actual living beings were being devoured by their own shadows. Ghostly figures whispered in the shadows under the trees. The country of the dead had arrived, and this was only the beginning. In order to build a country of the dead, it's only natural for the dead to open the curtains. I never thought that there would come a day when I would gather all 7 original sins. Chapter 444. From a certain standpoint, my system was willing to expose my identity and make me suspicious in order to give me such a valuable gift. The most valuable and troublesome thing in the world will always be free. I'm not talking about multi-level marketing or scams. Favors and trust are the things that give me the most headaches. However, I was someone who always hated trouble and owed favors. This time, I had to accept the system's favor. That was because the free experience of creating a new world was far too important and helpful to my goal. Previously, when I created Frigid Winter Earth, my ability to create a new world had mostly relied on my natural talents and system hacks. The other half had been pure copying. That was what Eichi had done back then. I simply copied her records. Actually, that was what all mages did. They didn't need to know the foundational principles of magic or divine arts. They only needed to follow an existing process and implement it step by step. The advantage of doing this was that it greatly lowered the barrier to entry. However, the disadvantage was that apart from being unable to surpass their predecessors, it was also that they would be stiff and inflexible in actual combat. If they met with a specific strategy or trap, they wouldn't be able to adapt to the situation, and the result would likely be death. True archmages and archpriests would often analyze the foundational principles of magic. They would understand the how and why of magic. They would casually summon minor magic spells to improve and strengthen existing magic spells. A true sign of a mage's maturity would be that they would be able to improve or even develop new specialized magic spells based on the foundational theories and current conditions. The seal of the 4 elements was doubtlessly the most powerful and original forbidden spell in this world. Simultaneously controlling 4 different elements and summoning all 4 major elements to create a seal would be incredibly difficult to cast. Not to mention improving the spell. Just simply using it as it was written would already be an amazing archmage. Not to mention, What we needed was the four elements creation that evolved from the seal of the four elements. Originally, even with my experience of creating a new world in frigid winter Earth, my highest success rate would be no more than 40%. Even if I was lucky enough to succeed, it would likely be an incomplete product with flaws, gambling, everything with only a 40% success rate. Since the success rate of all the other choices was below the decimal point, and doing nothing would be akin to waiting for death, a 40% success rate would be more than enough for me to gamble everything. But with this precious gift of timely help, everything was different. Astria's gift was a precious memory from the very beginning of creation. It was the very first form of this spell. Not only did it contain the most basic principles of the spell, it also contained practical experience and comprehension. After obtaining this gift, my understanding of the spell had probably surpassed that of the creator herself. That was because He had mostly created the world based on instinct. What I needed to do was to use technology to recreate everything that she was capable of using instinct and even surpass her. After all, what we were trying to create wasn't an ordinary world of the living. This is the country of the dead. With my proclamation, with the ghost wind plains as the core, the pitch-black world snatched away the existence of light. On this piece of land, countless obsidian pillars emerged from the ground. They were like miniature versions of the Black Tower, and at the top of every obsidian pillar, there was a skull that seemed to be laughing maniacally. This is the country of the dead. The living are not allowed to enter. Just by vaguely seeing these stone pillars, these words of warning naturally rang in everyone's mind. It was not a threat, but a simple statement of fact. If you take another step forward, you'll never be able to leave. This was an instinctive warning, as if there was an invisible boundary there. Anyone who crossed it would be destined to leave their soul behind. And if this invisible instinctive warning could be ignored, then the black mist that the obsidian skeletons were spewing out was a real threat. Poison gas. How is this possible? We, demons, can actually be poisoned. The black mist first engulfed the devils and demons' battlefield. The demons from the chaos abyss were already accustomed to extremely harsh environments. They had far greater resistance to fire, acid, and poison than any other species. And as the lord of putrefaction, Ladvioka's subordinates, they lived in a dimension filled with poisonous mist and swamps. Any demons with low resistance to poison would have long since died in some corner of the chaos abyss. The 8-meter-tall berserk, sword inferno demon at the very front just happened to be standing next to a stone pillar. The moment he smelled the black mist, he suddenly collapsed. And the moment he collapsed, the eternal flames on his body disappeared along with his life. His gigantic gray body and beheading great sword smashed a deep hole in the ground, but there wasn't a single wound on his body. His vicious expression was filled with confusion, as if he didn't know why he had died. The next instant, his silver soul walked out of his physical body. The demon's confused expression slowly walked into the obsidian stone pillar and disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, the skull on the stone pillar seemed to have eaten its fill as it spewed out even more black mist. The black mist was spreading everywhere. With the high-level demon's demonstration, both demons and devils were frantically running away to avoid this mist of death. Meanwhile, the undead knight inferno demons were moving faster and faster in the black mist. Their skeletons became thicker and sturdier, and their blades and armor were strengthened by the black mist. Their skeletal warhorses also became more agile and fast, and the soul fire in their eyes seemed to be alive. Since the enemies were retreating in fear, how could these undead knight inferno demons miss out on such a good opportunity? They swiftly pierced through and split up the enemies. Their weapons that had been strengthened by the mist of death were also capable of harvesting a demon's soul. Any demon that was struck would immediately collapse and lose its soul. Even the powerful Ladvioka and his army began retreating in front of this abnormal black mist. The devils on our side weren't any weaker. Even with their leader's orders, they still began retreating. In fact, some of them were even looking behind them with hostility, as if they felt like they were nothing more than cannon fodder. "Don't run! Don't resist!" The Lord of Lies angrily roared at me. Under his willful command, Devil Lord Martian, who was surrounded by black mist to begin with, walked into the black mist of his own volition. The berserk black mist surrounded him, and as he howled in pain, a mystical change occurred. The gigantic devil, Lord Martian, half knelt on the ground. His physical appearance and body shape were both being changed by the black mist. The black mist that had originally surrounded his body dissipated, and his gigantic body expanded exponentially. When the black mist dissipated, a gigantic demon that could support both the heavens and the earth was born. The scales and claws commonly seen in devils had disappeared without a trace. If one only looked at its outer appearance, its smooth and beautiful body was somewhat similar to that of a human's. Its dark green demonic eyes had turned into black pupils. However, compared to ordinary giants, the black horn on its forehead was quite eye-catching. That horn was also where a strange energy was gathered, and the energy aura around its body was even more powerful than before. "You're just as ugly as before." Ilmigia covered her nose and laughed in mockery. However, she could faintly see tears of joy in her eyes. How could she not recognize Martian's physical appearance? This valiant and ugly man was the same as when he was still a member of the mountain demon tribe. The only difference was that he now had an extra horn. Martian knelt on the ground and stared at his hands in disbelief. The vicious scars on his face were twitching, and then he raised his head to the sky and roared in astonishing anger. "Ah, damned Chaos Abyss! I, the Yellow Dragon Tribe's #1 warrior, Martian Duboer, have returned. With angels and demons as witnesses, the first member of the Hell Demon Tribe, Ghost General Martian, was born." He suddenly rushed into the demon's battle formation and waved his gigantic trident as he began to wantonly slaughter and take revenge. Seeing his transformation, the immemorial devils hesitated for a moment before allowing the black mist to engulf them. Soon, after howling and struggling in pain, numerous new war demons were born from the black mist. The new war demons didn't even have the time to digest the new memories and knowledge in their minds before they returned to the battlefield after recovering from their astonishment. And this time, the black mist that brought death became their allies. The Hades mist of death has finally been created. I heaved a sigh of relief as I observed the entire situation from the top of the black tower. This black mist wasn't poisonous. In fact, it wasn't even offensive at all. It was simply a subsidiary of this plane of the dead. Everything within its range was the country of the dead. This black mist was a supplement for the dead. If any living person was contaminated by this black mist, they would either be transformed into the dead, or, under certain conditions, they would be transformed into the guardians of hell, the devils. In my previous experiments, I had provided Martian with a sample of death mist, but I hadn't completely transformed him. I had only transformed him into a strange form of black mist. Now, this complete version of Hades' mist of death had successfully transformed Martian into a devil. Ilmigia, who was standing next to me, was rather tempted. It was understandable that a woman would want to regain her beauty. However, I stopped her. Currently, the country of the dead hadn't taken shape yet, and this forcibly created Hades' mist of death was far too little and weak. Transforming a single devil general had already used up a lot of Hades' mist of death. I still had use for the remaining Hades mist, so I couldn't waste it. In the gigantic skull next to me, a bronze battle hammer formed from flames was currently burning fiercely. However, the flames were turning from a bright red to an even deeper color. Some parts of the flames had already turned purple-black. This hammer was the god equipment of fire that Solo had obtained from the water elemental plane, the hand of blessing of the first flames. Right now, this hammer was indeed one of the 4 elements of hell. It represented a part of the soul. Unlike He's Earth elemental plane, which had chosen fire as the soul symbol and elemental component, in a hell filled with the dead, I would naturally use death as the element of the soul. Death was the foundation of hell. It was a basic condition that all existences had to fulfill. In the country of the dead, only the dead exist. This black tower was one of the main pillars of the new hell plane. It was currently constructing a country of the dead. However, there were certain people who wouldn't allow this to happen so smoothly. As the dimensional laws of this new hell plane gradually took shape, a pair of wings of light suddenly descended upon us. Holy light and Hades' mist of death clashed against each other, directly dispersing the immature black mist of death. The angel army entered our field of vision. I've never felt that this blinding holy light was so annoying. Ale, there's a lot of pressure on us. Hurry up. I received a reply from the skulls. A familiar voice spoke up in the same unhurried tone as before. It's almost time. The storm is slightly more difficult to deal with than I expected. Hold on. I'll give this side some strength. The skulls laughed maniacally in response. The black mist of death furiously spread, causing the angel at the very front to collapse. This time, the explosively increasing black mist actually suppressed the holy light. That's right. I was the main designer and mastermind behind the scenes of this hell plane's forbidden spell. However, I still didn't have the ability to provide such a high level of power of death. Compared to the power of death, there's nothing in this world that's stronger and purer than the original undead, death god Ale. Currently, a tall, pure white skeleton lay within the black tower skull. The endless power of death was coming from this skeleton. This skeleton was the true core of the black tower. That's right, this skeleton was Ale's skeleton. Ale was even using his own corpse. It could be said that he was willing to sacrifice everything in order to successfully construct this hell plane. Far away in the Ottoman Empire, Ale gently rubbed the crystal skull in his hand. He saw through the eyes of the devils that his tribe had transformed. While he was delighted, he unhesitatingly increased his investment. I had an identical crystal skull in my hand. I could sense the powerful power of death within it, as well as ALS resolution. I knew that it was time to enter the next phase of my plan. Chapter 445. As one of the most ancient demon lords, and one of the most powerful existences in the Chaos faction, and even the entire multiverse, the Lord of Putrefaction Ladvioka had carried out the most basic duty of a demon countless times in the past, conquest and slaughter. As an existence at the top of the demon food chain, it was quite rare for him to appear in the mortal plane. That was because, unless the dimensional will was blind, any dimension would reject such a mega-dangerous item. And whenever he appeared in the mortal plane, dimensional conquest would become dimensional destruction, and slaughter would become the annihilation of species or even living creatures. Over the long years, he had already lost count of how many dimensions he had conquered and destroyed. He had even successfully turned it into an art of destruction that only demons could appreciate. Although directly tearing apart those little bugs and enjoying the slaughter and blood is something delightful, plagues and diseases can also achieve our goals. The former requires an entire demon army, while the latter only requires a small mouse that carries the plague and virus. My only regret is that I won't be able to hear those pitiful bug screams and despair. That's why I always bring some souls back to play with them and ask them how they happily die. Judging from how efficiently he slaughtered and spread despair, this demon lord, who didn't have much of a reputation, was doubtlessly far superior to his peers. When the entire mortal plane was screaming and dying, the mortal plane's dimensional laws that had already reached the brink of despair were naturally unable to stop Ladvioka from entering. When he joyfully harvested the souls that died in despair, he would always feel the joy of a farmer obtaining a great harvest after a year of hard work. Oh, don't look at me like that. I'm just a good inner demon that just happened to pass by. It's such a pity to waste so many delicious souls. I'm just a hard-working and kind farmer, As for accusing me of spreading plagues and viruses, do you see that? I'm just very sensitive to the fact that the mortal plane is approaching the apocalypse. Yep, not only am I a good farmer, I'm also a very sensitive and hardworking janitor. Even though no one dared to criticize him, he would always say such things and tell unnecessary lies. This was his personal favorite method of entertainment. But this time, Ladvioka, who had experienced so much destruction, was quite astonished. With his abilities, of course, he wouldn't treat this black mist as a so-called poison. This wasn't the first time that he had been expelled from the mortal plane, but only the dead are allowed to exist? This is the first time I've seen such an unfriendly dimensional law. Even the undead lord's undead plane doesn't reject the existence of living beings, just because the environment isn't suitable for living beings. This is directly leading all life to become the dead. Without the living, how can the plane survive? What's the point of existence? Unlike what others knew, the chaos main god Ladvioka's mind wasn't only filled with destruction and slaughter. He was quite interested in the meaning of life's existence, the philosophy of life, and so on. In fact, he even had the title of a philosopher and historian in the mortal plane. And in the chaos abyss, the unique dimensional territories he controlled were his most successful experiments. There are successful people and there are unsuccessful people? Of course, demons didn't know how to create. Ladvioka's favorite method was to destroy a plane's resistance and living beings, and then implant new dimensional laws into it. Some would be stolen from other planes, some would be the demon's twisted and chaotic will of the chaos abyss, and some would be Ladvioka's own wondrous ideas. He would then spread these ideas and extrapolate them to see what kind of creatures would appear and what kind of results would appear. Everyone believed that Ladvioka was only a chaos main god who controlled 4 dimensions, and that he was inconceivably low-key compared to other main god-level demons. But they didn't know that Ladvioka already had several hundred-dimensional experimental plots. He was truly a farmer who worked day and night. As a demon, he's actually playing the role of a god? Is he insane? All demons are insane. The more powerful a demon noble, the crazier they'll be. Do you intend to use logic and common sense to understand what they're doing? However, don't count on Ladvioka to be a benevolent creator. The distorted dimensional laws would most likely create the most twisted of creations. Creatures that breathed poison and ate plagues as food, even if they had gentle, kind hearts and beautiful appearances, would still become the creators of death in the end. And so, the powerful demon, Marquis Ladvioka, developed the hobby of being an animal breeder. Although most of the time he would end up destroying his own creations and dimensions, countless years of accumulation gave him many beloved pets. At the very least, the 9th to 13th levels of the Chaos Abyss that Ladvioka resided in were filled with all sorts of twisted life forms. Even demons didn't dare to enter the most dangerous levels of the Chaos Abyss. And now, Ladvioka was quite astonished to discover the netherworld aura that brought about death. He was pondering and pondering why the dimensional laws of this newly born dimensional egg would be so strange. Why would it use death as the foundation for creating souls? Could it be that only the dead were allowed to exist in this dimension? In that case, how could Ladvioka create a dimensional cycle with a conscience? And the dimensional laws of this dimensional egg were also quite strange. The other dimensions were supposed to be more complex and difficult to understand. So why? Mine. They're all mine. All right then, after pondering for about a second and a half, Ladvioka decided to let his instincts as a demon have the upper hand. No matter if he could understand or not, he would steal this dimensional egg first. If he really couldn't understand, he would destroy this dimensional egg with his own hands. Idiots, get out of my way. But when Ladvioka decided to go all out to steal this dimensional egg, an astonishing stench began to spread around him. Even the demons that were constantly retreating didn't have time to react before they clutched their throats and collapsed to the ground. Even the demons that were far away from Ladvioka were instantly knocked over by the sudden explosion of poison in their bodies. "Come out, my children! It's time to enjoy a feast." After casually killing the cannon fodder and emptying the dimensional space and summoning slots, over 100-dimensional doors were opened this time. Wah! A headless war elephant demon walked out of the dimensional door. Where its head should have been, there were twisted tentacles instead. Its gigantic body was as large as a mountain, and it was covered in black, dragon-like scales. A purgatory giant that couldn't dodge in time was directly stomped to death, and then over 300 of these were elephants rushed out at once. A rotten angel door was opened, and a one-winged angel army walked out. Although these angels weren't as cold as the angels in the sky, their rotten facial features, exposed livers, and wings that had been bitten off by magical insects were even more frightening. When these angels suddenly opened their eyes, they revealed compound eyes similar to those of insects. Twisted magical insects could be seen crawling in their ears and pupils. Some one-winged angels directly ignored their little companions, while others directly tore off their wings and threw them into their mouths and swallowed them whole. A small door that was only wide enough for a dwarf to pass through opened, and a seemingly pure and flawless white-haired girl was pushed out. Her entire body was bound tightly in chains, and her eyes were sewn shut with threads. Her bright red lips were stuffed with a gag. When the mystical magical beast saw her, even the gigantic beasts that covered the skies unhesitatingly ran away. The slower ones would mysteriously self-destruct, and their corpses would be covered in strange mushrooms and plants. Then countless little bees would fly out from the mushrooms and search for new nutrients for their mother. Yet another dimensional door was opened. This time, even more terrifying demons walked out. One by one, the planar gates opened, and completely unreasonable existences walked out. An inexplicable fear swept through the entire area. Even the master gods of chaos had to use their full strength. This was the most troublesome part of fighting a demon. No one knew when it would go crazy. The powerful existence's own twisted natural laws were more than enough to resist against the immature natural laws of death. When these otherworldly creatures appeared in the sky, all life here met their doom. This is a chaos main god. I inhaled sharply at the sight before me. Originally, I already had many guesses and countermeasures against the highest level combat strength in the multiverse. But only when I truly faced one did I realize that just their very existence far surpassed the limits of any mortal's understanding. Yes, this is a chaos main god level demon, a demon among demons, an existence hated by the entire multiverse. Although I don't know why he suddenly brought out his true power, let me have a taste of this old friend of mine. The Lord of Lies nodded and took off his hat in a gentlemanly salute. He intended to directly enter the battlefield. To him, this desperate situation was nothing more than a normal afternoon tea after the battle. After all, he was one of the Chaos main gods, and his power level was even higher than that of the insane Lord of Putrefaction. Wait a moment, leave this guy to me. As the commander of the battlefield, I made the first decision and snatched the opponent. This demon vanguard, who suddenly went insane, would be left to me. Is that all right? This, doubtlessly, wasn't a doubt of my personal abilities. I could understand. After all, I had only accumulated more than 300 years of experience, and yet I wanted to challenge a chaos main god who knew how old he was. No matter how I looked at it, this would be suicidal. But in my strategic thinking, this was indeed the best choice. Of course, I'll leave the chaos war god to you. He's even less compatible with me. No, I should say that he's the enemy I don't want to face the most. That's right. Let's not talk about Cavendish, whose stats and goals were unknown. The god of holy light, who obviously intended to take advantage of the situation, could also be put aside for now. According to the relevant records, the Chaos War God Donati's was a general-type individual who was skilled at single-handedly killing the enemy leader. It was said that he was the best at direct frontal assaults in the entire mortal plane. Compared to me, who was more of an army type, he was the worst. I didn't want to know how this best frontal assaults came about at all. Not only that his fallen Valkyrie army had already been judged dead by the dimensional laws of this world. It would be completely useless. Death magic had always been quite ineffective against the Valkyrie army. If Donati's brought his army to attack me and destroy the location of the ritual, I really wouldn't be able to do anything about it. That was why I had my strongest liege of lies deal with this troublesome opponent. Although the Lord of Putrefaction Ledvioka was also inconceivably powerful, at the very least his most powerful poisons and plagues would be ineffective against my undead army. I was used to fighting as an army, so I never feared an army-type enemy. I had the advantage in terms of compatibility. At least, I had an advantage over Donati's. I had enough of the unreasonable heroes and war gods. It wasn't that Camillus hadn't thought this through. He also knew that this was the best choice. However, he was worried that I would easily be killed off by Ledvioka, which would ruin the situation. Now that he saw how determined I was, he nodded and vanished into the void. Long time no see. The last time we met was 3,200 years ago, wasn't it? The war god who enjoyed being a dog? The devil lord blocked the chaos war god's path. His angel army was circling in midair. Their opponent was an army of immemorial devils. The difference in numbers caused the god of holy light's incarnation to choose to observe. In a corner of the battlefield, a certain person was still heartlessly cooking fish soup. However, he was selectively ignored by everyone else. My army had already assembled, and the horn of death had been blown. The undead army and the venomous magical beasts were about to meet. Right now, it was time for me and Ledvioka's battle. An army battle? A competition of creation? Whose children are stronger? Who's afraid of whom? Chapter 446. Is it time yet? A putrid wind brought with it a foul stench. The demon army, which was synonymous with destruction, had already spread out in full force. Their overwhelming military presence gave us endless pressure. Here, demons from many dimensions were gathered together. Here, even a small soldier had surpassed the definition of a so-called brave and strong individual by any mortal's definition. Meanwhile, their opponents were the endless, silent night. There was no need for any adjectives to describe the warriors of the night as brave and loyal. I knew that no matter where or when it was, wherever my sword pointed, that would be the target of their charge. Who would their opponents be? How strong would they be? What were our chances of victory? They never asked. When the horn to charge sounded, the silent sound of horse hooves would be the knight's choice. As for me, in order to respond to their loyalty and expectations, I would do everything in my power to lead them to victory. It's time. The silver book on my arm opened up, and countless secrets transformed into actual mysterious runes that flew in the sky. Pure order received a new interpretation, and the light of my god equipment illuminated the entire world. Original Codex. Give judgment to the sinners before you. Forbidden spell. Great judgment. There wasn't even a need for judgment. Every demon and magical creature from another dimension was an uncountable number of villains. Dimensional invasion and destruction were judged, and the illusory silver light transformed into actual restraints on their bodies. However, for these top-level dimensional destroyers, such large-scale restraints were rather weak. The restraints only lasted for a few seconds before they were able to break free. However, I had already achieved my goal. Within the range of the forbidden spell, Great Judgment, as a Law Job class member, my power level was forcefully increased by 1 rank from Legend to Saint rank. For ordinary powerful individuals, the increase from Legend to Saint rank wouldn't be that great. However, for me and my army, whether or not I could reach Saint rank was a completely different concept. I closed my eyes, and the familiar icy plains appeared in front of me again. When I opened my eyes again, the entire world had changed. The burning ruined city was right in front of me, a place that I could see but could never reach. Even if the enemies were even stronger than before, our warriors still didn't stop fighting. War drums resounded, and battle flags fluttered in the wind. The knight, who was bathed in fresh blood, still hadn't given up hope. The icy plains extended outwards, and snow began to fall from the sky. The scene from that day reappeared. The infallible Definder. The charging skeleton knight crossed this land of ice and snow, but he once again possessed a living body. That Valkyrie body allowed him to recover to the peak state of his life. No, he was even stronger than when he was at his peak. I extended my hand and let the snowflake melt on my palm. The familiar cold air lifted my spirits. However, I didn't have the time to reminisce. I clenched my fist and let the snowflake fly with the wind. It's not enough. Yes, against the endless demon army of main god-level demons, even the Valkyrie army of legendary-level demons wouldn't be enough. He opened the book again, but this time it was not the divine artifact grimoire. It was a somewhat old notebook, and on it there were steps and preparations for such a plan. On the page that I flipped to, there was a row of golden subbodies that were emitting radiance. Allow my personal power level to reach legendary level. With the divine artifact grimoire support, I'll reach saint rank. This is all for a new soul world. Yes, from the very start, I didn't have Eichi's unreasonable divine power and strength. She was capable of casually distorting the 4 elements and having them create a new world according to her will. And if I wanted to create a new world, even if I had the theoretical and technical knowledge, it would be like using a shovel and bricks to create an entire world. It would be basically impossible. Even if I could do it, I wouldn't have the time. Fortunately, there was still a method in this world that could create a new world with one's will. Yes, that was the special ability of saint rank and above a soul world. A soul world was the ultimate creation of mortals' thoughts and stubbornness. A soul world was the creator's most desired ideal and obsession. A soul world was a land of dreams that had been distorted in the real world. A soul world was the only way to save the world. In front of me, the snow-white land of falling snow began to distort. The familiar castle began to collapse, and the heroic knight transformed back into bones. Definder still fell in the end. The charging knight stared blankly at the scene before them. They didn't know what had happened. Some even dropped their weapons and battle flags in astonishment. The devil army naturally launched a counterattack at this moment. I also realized that the world before me was collapsing. I felt a mysterious pain in my heart that made me forget to breathe. But when I saw the confused knight before me, all of this transformed into an angry roar that echoed throughout the battlefield. Definder has indeed fallen, but, my knight, our battle has yet to end. We admit that we lost, but so what if we lost? We've long since been defeated. We've already lost the people that we long to protect. I knew that the reason why we were undefeatable in this soul world was because all the night souls, including myself, were watching the eternally burning city. It was as if our families and homes were still behind us, giving us endless power to protect them. But it's time to wake up from this dream. The country and people that we swore to protect have already died a long time ago. The collapsing Definder's old city was the most painful annotation. The collapsing bricks stole their will to fight. My angry roar caused me great pain, and hurting my loyal knight souls made my heart bleed. But even if we've lost, we still haven't lost a place to return to. Think about the Northlands. Think about why the descendants of us bastards would go to such a messy wasteland. Why would they be willing to do anything to clean up the mess for us useless things? The silent night souls saw the people of the mist who had traveled thousands of kilometers to return to their homes. They saw the holy city of Definder, which was glowing brightly once more. They saw the people of the mist reconstructing their lives in the frigid winter lands. They saw themselves and their adopted children creating a new family, and their children who desired a better future. They clenched their fists, picked up the weapons that had fallen to the ground, and waved their battle flags in the sky once more. The skeleton night souls would never fear a powerful opponent. They were only afraid that they had no family to protect. All they needed was a goal to protect. Yes, we've lost in the past, but this time we definitely won't lose. Soul imprints were able to surpass the limit of one soul imprint per person. That was because soul imprints were a summary of everyone's life's experiences and paths. I had many lives, so of course I had many paths. However, a soul world would be a person's most stubborn fantasy world. In fact, they would be stubborn to the point that they would be dragged back to reality from their dreams. That was why, in order to not lose in the future, the dreams of the past, there won't be a future if we only wallow in the past. Now that the battle to win the future is right before us, it's time to wake up from our dreams. And this time we definitely won't lose. We have nowhere to retreat to. We definitely won't lose. Our families are behind us. We definitely won't lose. We carry hope on our shoulders. We definitely won't lose. We will fight against the gods for the sake of all living beings. We definitely won't lose. The iron will of the defeated army resonated with me. Their stubborn desire to create a new future broke through reality once again. I knew that those brave and loyal night souls would forever trust in me. They had entrusted everything to me, and what was unfolding before me was a new world, a world of dreams that was determined to break through the future. This is the country of the dead. Those loyal and sincere night souls are Valkyrie's protectors. They should have true eternal life, even if it's only a dream made of ice and snow. The snow that had stopped falling began once more. The ground began to freeze over. Behind me, a white tower that represented ice and snow slowly rose up. In this incomplete world, after death became the foundation of the soul, a new elemental foundation was created, the ice and snow of life. In this country of the dead should also have physical bodies and a life limited to this world. Bodies of ice and snow shall give their souls physical bodies. Ice and snow fell on the skeletons, forming new physical bodies. Unlike Valkyrie's bodies, which were made of energy that wouldn't tire this time, although their bodies were made of ice and snow, they still had their skin, muscles, and organs intact. They could feel true pain and happiness that they hadn't felt in a long time. They had obtained descendants and could feel the feeling of life. In fact, they could even improve and evolve. That's right, this was life. This wasn't some mystical illusion or temporary modification. The boundary between life and death had been broken. In this country of the dead, souls would be placed in bodies of ice and snow. Sinners would be punished in hell. How could they not have physical bodies? Bodies made of ice and snow would give them new life, a life that could only exist in hell. And right now, these bodies of ice and snow were the first to give my night souls new life. Did they seem familiar? Of course, my interaction with the frigid nightmares allowed me to learn the secrets of ice and snow creatures. Their very existence was the best template. The frigid nightmares, the soul creatures native to the Northlands, would be able to obtain countless of their own kind in hell. No, considering the frigid nightmares' outstanding ability to evolve, they should be the evolved form of the frigid nightmares. Right now, bodies made of ice and snow would make the revived night souls even stronger. However, this wasn't the only thing that made the demons afraid. Why won't they die? Impossible. Their bodies and souls have already been destroyed, so how can they be revived? The beheaded night souls would still be able to fight after their heads were retrieved. Even if their souls and physical bodies were sliced into pieces, they would be able to instantly recover. The reason? In hell. How could the dead who hadn't been judged and punished by hell be able to die? This was the reason why this world existed. It was the foundational rule that surpassed everything else. But here, at this moment, this foundational rule was the strongest undying property in the entire universe. A new life gave them the possibility of growth and improvement. Defeat in one battle. 2 defeats? That didn't matter. These night souls were already used to defeat. They would grow and evolve through defeat. They would eventually become the nightmares of any enemy, even if that would take several hundred, several thousand, or even several tens of thousands of years. We protect the future and hope. We absolutely cannot be defeated. That's right, at the very least, we definitely wouldn't be defeated this time. You are far too dangerous. This sudden declaration came from the Chaos War god Donades. Donades had been silent all this time as he represented the will of chaos. However, he had been secretly evaluating how dangerous I was. But now he made his own judgment. Although you aren't strong, your thoughts and will are far too dangerous. I, Donades, believe that you are the most dangerous existence in the world. So die. Donades was the most loyal warrior of the will of chaos. He was a man of few words. Everyone he was determined to kill had already died. However, I didn't intend to respond to his declaration that I would kill him at all costs. I simply lightly touched the crystal skeleton in my hand and repeated a single sentence. Ale, do you see it? It's time. Chapter 447. On the Ottoman Empire's battlefield, sunlight once again broke through the dark clouds. When the new sun shone down, the battlefield was filled with cheers. The seemingly hopeless rainstorm had stopped, and the water that had flooded the capital finally dispersed. When the evil god's worshippers could no longer hear the main god's call, the sea folk fled even faster than expected. The mortal warriors threw their weapons into the sky, lying in the water covered in mud, enjoying the happiness of survival. In the towns around the new king city, old men trembled as they walked out of their old houses. They raised their heads and looked at the sunlight that they had not seen for years. The joy of victory filled everyone's heart. Although the mortals had won this battle, it was likely that nobody would ask why the dark clouds had dispersed so quickly, or why the sea folk's worshippers and divine mages had suddenly lost their power. Our king. It was Emperor Dasos who guided us to victory. Battleships bearing the royal insignia slowly floated through the sky after the rain. These battleships were still charred and damaged, but they became synonyms for meritorious deeds and epic victories. Mortals would only know that their emperor, the young Dasos, had guided them to reclaim their capital. At this moment, his reputation was destined to surpass that of all previous kings. And in a corner of the battlefield, the true hero of this battle was preparing to reap the rewards of this battle, the true gods who had become his spoils of war. Is it time? Even though Ale was by the quagmire, his white robe was still untainted by even a speck of dust. However, a blue-skinned female giant was lying beside him. Since she was already close to death, her previous insanity had dissipated. Her expression, which was always filled with anger and dissatisfaction, had calmed down and now even contained a hint of ambition and beauty. TSK, TSK, TSK. You can still be considered a beauty when you shut your mouth. The black-haired, black-eyed Lord of Despair's most annoying trait was his habit of toying with his prey. And right now he was still teasing Lady Storm, hoping that she would resist again or even self-destruct. But unfortunately, the two main gods had suddenly attacked her. Currently, the blue female giant was only breathing heavily, and it was impossible for her to respond even if she wanted to. In a sense, when Alos chose to sacrifice himself, Lady Storm's fate was already decided. It was an honor for Lady Storm, who only relied on gambling to become a powerful god, to be schemed against by two main god-level existences and be schemed against by countless big shots. He lured her into the trap with the layout of the national war, shook her believer's faith, and put her in a desperate situation. He used the highest level of despair to make her upset and make the wrong decision. In the end, when her main body descended to the mortal world, she was surrounded and killed by the two main gods. Lady Storm's rocket rise and meteor fall had been destined to become a textbook example for future generations. Of course, if she didn't enter the game, the outcome would still be the same. After the sea race had fled, the two big shots would have forced their way into the god nation and started a war. So, when the water elemental goddess made her choice and made a deal with the neutral side, Lady Storm's fall was already determined. But now, as the victor of the war between the gods, Ale didn't seem happy at all. His handsome face was actually somewhat melancholic and at a loss. This surprised Lord of Despair Heimer, who was familiar with him. What could possibly be a problem for his omnipotent boss? Boss Ale? What's wrong? Could it be that some god is scheming against us? But obviously, Ale had no intention of explaining. He simply glanced at the sunlight peeking through the clouds and sighed. Sigh, it's time. When did this storm that was destined to engulf the entire world begin? The original plan was probably the duel between the Lich and the death god at the River Styx. That was a duel on completely different levels. On one side was the most ancient death god, who had already become the symbol of history and immortality. As the guardian of the cycle of reincarnation, when the order of the River Styx that he protected was disturbed, he would even be able to activate his true body above the River Styx. Not to mention, he also had the support of order and chaos. Even 3 or 4 main gods working together wouldn't be able to do anything to the cycle of reincarnation. To be honest, such a situation had indeed happened before in history. Powerful evil gods desired to improve themselves and search for the mysteries of the source of the world in order to explore the River Styx. However, they all ended up having their futures stolen by the death god. My opponent on the other side had already reached the peak of the mortal world. The undying crown that only appeared in the mortal plane after thousands of years proved how extraordinary he was. But no matter how extraordinary he was still just a mortal. The forbidden spells and undead armies that the Lich was proficient in were nothing in front of the death god. The difference between the newest Lich King and the most ancient death god was like the difference between an ant and a gigantic dragon. And it was precisely this huge difference in power that planted the seed that would change the world. I don't even know why I held back. Perhaps it was because I had seen this familiar face multiple times on the River Styx, or maybe I felt some sympathy for this junior of mine's pitiful fate. Or maybe I wanted to know what Ale was trying to do even at the cost of breaking the cycle of reincarnation. Even Ale himself didn't know why he held back at the very end despite being able to kill Ale with a single attack, giving Ale a chance to breathe. I have a plan that can stop the Holy War. I wonder if you're interested. Even now, Ale could still remember that Aelas Phylactery's sword was covered in cracks, and the soul fire in his skull was about to be extinguished at any moment. However, Aelas' dying soul didn't show any fear, nor did he beg for mercy. Instead, he slowly told Ale about his astonishing scheme, as well as his arrogant words that were almost impossible to realize. The foundational holy war between order and chaos originated from the world's 2 polar opposites. Even if we ignore their natural instincts and natures, they instinctively desire to destroy the other. That's why, in order to stabilize the world, we need to have at least 3 polar opposites. The more the better. That's right, we need a neutral faction, and you're the only one who can do this. At first, Ale, who was by the River Styx, was only joking as he listened to what the sly Lich, who was about to die, would say in the end. That's right, when Ale first saw Roland, he felt as if he was looking at a clown who was thinking of ways to defend himself in order to save his own life. We need a new true god. He doesn't need to be that powerful, but he'll be able to make judgments that everyone agrees are fair. We also need a new hell that will replace the current cycle of reincarnation. The current god's teachings are only for themselves. Since spending money and sucking up to the gods and churches will allow one to enter heaven, so-called leading people to do good is nothing more than a joke. In order to further eliminate the possibility of war, we can spread a new teaching. Only pure good deeds will be able to enter heaven. True warriors who die for justice will enter the eternal Valkyrie temple after death, while villains can only howl in pain in hell as they suffer. Right after that, all these secrets that even main gods wouldn't be able to learn about came out of Ael's mouth. Not only did Ale have no respect for the true gods, he even knew many secrets about the creator goddess. The most ridiculous part was that even though Ale was the evil Lich King the strongest demon king hated by all living creatures, he kept talking about the mortal world and how good and evil would be repaid. It would have been fine if he was just spouting nonsense, but Ael could sense that Ael was telling the truth. Not only that, he was telling the truth after considering it for a very long time. According to common sense, how could there still be a good Lich who cared about the country and its people in this world? Either Ael had gone insane, or the entire world had gone insane. Interesting. Perhaps it was this bit of curiosity that made Ael finally listen to Ael's insane plan. That sounds interesting, but how can you convince me of your sincerity? As the oldest death god, Ael wasn't someone that could be moved by mere words. So what if Ael talked extravagantly? His plan was far too insane and unlikely to work. In Ael's eyes, Ael's plan was nothing more than another way of begging for mercy. However, Ael laughed. His soul fire kept flickering when he laughed, but the emotion he expressed was one of delight. Could it be that simply being able to tell me his plan was a victory for him? At this thought, Ael became even more curious about Ael. According to your rules of protecting the cycle of reincarnation, are you here to kill me? Ael laughed. This time, he didn't even try to hide his laughter. That's right. Fine. After Ael finished laughing, he viciously slammed his cracked sword into the ground and used a spell to guide souls on his phylactery. This time, black mist swirled around Ael's sword, which was said to be unstoppable. Ael's soul was collapsing. Asterisk crack. Asterisk after that crisp sound. Ael's phylactery was now covered in cracks. It would be meaningless for Ael to be unable to protect his phylactery, as he was already destined to die. How's my sincerity in exchange for my life? And so, Roland used his own death in this world to obtain a chance to communicate with Ael on equal footing. Even though Ael helped seal Ael's phylactery and gave Roland time to deal with his funeral matters, Ael still didn't take this matter to heart. It's too difficult. It's impossible. Indeed, it was far too difficult. Creating a brand new power of order and a brand new divine concept by himself was already a great achievement for the god of holy light back in the day. However, reaching this requirement was only the beginning of this plan. Ael quietly rowed his boat on the river Styx. In the blink of an eye, he tossed this matter to the back of his mind. Soon, he received news of Roland's death. Mortals are so weak. What plans to change the world? Ael sighed and shook his head in pity, but soon his pity transformed into astonishment. Good lad, he actually did something right under my nose. Indeed, back in the day, Roland had truly died. However, Roland had done something to the river Styx and successfully deceived the death god, allowing him to crawl out of the river Styx by himself. As Ael watched with a faint smile on his face, Marguerite and Adam had been waiting for Roland by the river Styx. And so the unkillable Demon King was sealed in the underground. As for whether or not these two heroes had received a message from a certain death god, that was something that nobody could say for sure. However, from a certain standpoint, the sly Roland received Ael's approval. At the very least, when Roland discovered that the Lich was actually alive and well in the underground, he would occasionally visit Roland and chat with him. This was a rare occurrence for Ael, who had very few friends and even fewer enemies, all of whom were dead. But for Ael, that plan had long since been thrown to the back of his mind, until one day. Chapter 448. The Power of Law. Arbiters and judges? I never expected that there would be a day when this would become a reality. When the light of order reenacted its glory from more than 1,700 years ago, and when the power of law was added to the order faction, that forgotten loser in the underground suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention. No, calling it everyone's attention would be an exaggeration. After all, only the gods and powerful individuals would have the chance to learn these secrets. In their eyes, the creator of the power of law was the former god of holy light. It would only take a single thought for him to ascend to godhood. Considering that the son of nature, who had already died but had children, Mother Earth and the god of Holy Light, the creators of the power of order, were already main gods. The crazy Lich from back in the day, who had gone crazy in the underground city, was now viewed by these gods as a candidate to become a main god. No, it should be said that he would become a future main god. In the entire Order faction, there were only 7 such existences. Such a position was probably second only to the creator goddesses of Order. This was an unparalleled honor, supreme glory, and a stairway to eternity. The main gods of the Chaos faction would have to worry about dying from fighting each other. As for the main gods of the Order faction, although there were many restrictions, as long as they followed the infrequent instructions of the source of order, it was basically impossible for them to die. Congratulations. When do you intend to ascend to godhood? Perhaps we'll become allies in the future. Perhaps the arrival of the Holy War will also be an opportunity for you to ascend to godhood. Although he didn't know why Roland knew so much about the secrets of the gods as a rare drinking buddy, Ael also sent his best wishes and an invitation to form an alliance. What? Ascend to godhood? Isn't that the day that our plan began? Hearing that Roland intentionally emphasized the word our, Ael finally recalled the plan that he had long since forgotten in his mind. That unrealistic and insane plan. He continued speaking after a long while. Are you certain? With my help and the power of law that you created, perhaps you'll soon become an existence equal to me. On one side is the Eternal Order main god, and on the other side is that insane plan with an incredibly low possibility of success. Can you still make a choice here? Even if the creator goddess created a new world and a new generation of residents after her destruction, even if all mortals were wiped out, even if she created a new world from scratch, the main gods would still be supreme existences. In the eyes of the mortals, their very existence was eternal. If news of this got out, in everyone's eyes, Roland would be a complete lunatic, treating the easily obtainable undying as a joke, instead throwing everything into a pitifully low chance of winning a gamble. However, Ael still remembered that the skeleton's face was filled with shock and disbelief, looking at him as if he was a fool. Sovereign, so what? Is there any meaning to eternity that is like a zombie? What was the point of being a walking corpse? Even Ael paused in surprise for a moment when he heard Roland's arrogant words. After his astonishment, he became furious. Without a doubt, the Lich's blasphemous words were a denial of the meaning of all God's existence. But while Ael was furious, his past memories flashed before his eyes. The devils in hell, this ridiculous, endless holy war, mortals dancing on the gods' palms like puppets, and of course, the soul wheat that would be harvested in the end. The gods treat the mortals' lives and pursuits as a joke and a flawed stage play. Then, in the eyes of a higher-level existence, aren't the gods' arrogance nothing more than clowns pulling strings in a puppet play? Even if these puppets are of a higher level, isn't such arrogance laughable if they can't even control their own fates? Wouldn't this kind of eternity and undying be even more valuable than the mortals' lives? Ael's anger vanished when he noticed that the Lich before him actually viewed fate and the truth even more clearly than he did. What came next was a question after a long period of contemplation. You're serious? Hey, Boss Ael, I've always been serious, all right? Don't tell me you're quitting at such a time. I've had a hard time all this way, all right? The Lich's snickering smile was as ugly and frightening as ever. But only now did Ael realize that beneath this frivolous face, he had long since seen through everything. Roland knew that Ael had always treated his plan as a joke, but he had always been working hard in secret, making all the necessary arrangements to turn this joke that everyone didn't think highly of into reality. Right now, when the light of law illuminated the entire world, and when the gods were waiting for their new ally to ascend to the divine throne, the lucky one who created the path of law suddenly fell silent. The gods had been unable to see the god of law ascend to the divine throne for a long time. So of course there were many discussions. Only a flash in the pan. An incomplete soul probably isn't enough to ascend to the honorable divine throne. Perhaps this divine concept will only benefit a certain junior in the end. Could it be that he's just doing good deeds? Not only the gods, even the undying and follower gods began to ridicule the Lich who was unable to ascend to the divine throne. But as long as Aelle knew the reason why Roland hadn't ascended to the divine throne yet, it was because he wasn't satisfied with the newly born light of law. No. Right now, the light of law is too similar to the holy light. It's meaningless to only represent punishment. What's more important is the redemption of sinners and the forgiveness of the innocent. The Church's teachings are like this. There's an invisible eye observing your actions. All crimes will be judged in the end, and the purgatory of the dead awaits you. No one can be an exception. Did I make a mistake again? Why don't we try polarizing the Church's teachings? We'll have higher requirements for the God of law's believers and executors, and we'll have the most basic restrictions for all mortals. Yep, in order to make it more convincing, we'll use God's law. No purgatory or heaven. Isn't that our next plan? In Sulphur Mountain City, which was mostly shrouded in darkness, Roland patiently revised his own plans and Church's teachings. The Church of Law's teachings actually went through several hundred revisions. The light of law, which was originally far too blinding, became polarizing and gentle under the guidance of its creator. The law itself shouldn't have any will. It's simply a bottom line that everyone has to follow. Only those who cross the line will be punished. The law would save and protect the weak, but would mercilessly judge and punish those who did evil. Unlike the holy light, which was naturally hostile to the undead, demons, and other creatures of chaos, the newly born power of order actually didn't have any natural enemies. Later on, different people would have different natures of power. Looking at the completely different light of law, Aelle even suspected that Roland also had a crazy dual personality. However, Roland hadn't wasted 100 years of time. Compared to the original holy light, the power of law that had been polished for 100 years was much more modest. Its silver glow was just like the moonlight, calming the hearts of others. But the moment that the law's bottom line was touched, it would be as merciless as the cold gleam of a guillotine's blade. Perhaps this newly born power of law, this new boundary, will finally be able to make both factions stop. Perhaps Roland's determination finally moved him, or perhaps the highest death god had accumulated enough dissatisfaction. But Aelle finally made his decision as he watched the gradually perfecting power of law. And right now, the success rate of this plan was no more than 20%. Yep, there are far too many unpredictable factors. I can't guarantee that it'll definitely succeed, but now it seems that it's possible to take a gamble. Compared to doing nothing at all, at least it's possible to try. Roland was quite honest, and he had no choice but to be honest. The truth was right in front of everyone, and no one here was an idiot. Nobody would willingly board a ship that was destined to sink. It was impossible for him to promise that he would definitely win. At the very least, it's not completely hopeless. That's right, compared to the entire mortal plane's soul harvesting and the destruction of the gods that would follow. This seemed like a path of survival that had been found in a hopeless situation. While searching for a path of survival and exploring for a long time, more and more companions boarded Roland's ark, which seemed like it would sink at any moment. Roland didn't try to hide the pitifully low chance of success, but Adam and Marguerite unhesitatingly boarded the ark after learning the truth. The Northland's knight from the Northlands couldn't even be chased off the ark, and the gentleman from the Northlands also boarded the ark at an unknown time. The Church of Law itself was a part of the ark. Sulphur Mountain City's residents boarded the ark. The Underground City Alliance boarded the ark. The Northlands countries also boarded the ark. The Mage country was tricked into boarding the ark, and the Wood Spirits also joined the ark. Even the fairies, who had always been neutral, used their actions to express their stance. Unknowingly, the grand plan was no longer just Roland's personal actions. More, and more people started walking down this path of their own volition. Some of them had righteous intentions, some had personal conflicts of interest, and some simply wanted to survive this holy war. But no matter what the reason was, since they boarded the Ark, they indeed became a power on Roland's side. More and more like-minded people started walking together. This difficult path of salvation became much easier to walk. Of course, compared to the two factions that occupied both ends of the world, the neutral side strength was still nothing. Did they not notice anything at all? At the very least, the Chaos faction had obtained plenty of information. Their enmity with the god of holy light was a fact that was obvious to all. No, it wasn't that they didn't notice anything. It was that they couldn't be bothered to care. Both sides still viewed each other as the number one enemy. As for the third party that tried to do something, aren't those the clowns that have always appeared in every holy war? Let us see what kind of performance you sinners can put on. From the perspective of the two factions that occupied both ends of the Chaos faction, these people who were secretly conspiring with each other would naturally be considered traitors. They would be the pinnacle of conspiracies, the worst of the most basic order in the entire world. They would be clowns that would be easily crushed. And now, most of the holes in this ark had been fixed. It was almost time for the ark to set sail. The most important passenger, no, the helmsman, should board the ark, even if that would mean directly breaking off relations with both the Chaos faction and the Chaos faction. Accomplices? Ha, Roland, you've truly chosen an appropriate term. ALS memories from his time in the wilderness gradually surfaced in his mind. He had seen far too many changes in the world. The main characters of this world were constantly changing. Ancient humans, gold elves, Selectum generation, Middle Ages humans, great demons, superior elves, and so on. So many civilizations and their glory had even caused the gods to exclaim in admiration. But in the end, these glorious civilizations and their buildings were all reduced to rubble in the flames of war. In this cycle of creation and destruction, civilization was advancing, civilization was retreating, civilization was at a standstill, civilization had reached its peak, or, in the eyes of the Creator, mortal civilizations are nothing more than sand castles on the beach, completely worthless to begin with. All undead had perished due to their unwillingness to fall into eternal slumber. The most ancient and original undead were no exception. The long passage of time had caused him to forget his very first obsession. However, there was one thing that he still remembered. In the very beginning of the Heichi era, gods and humans had lived together. Although the natural environment was extremely harsh, with famine and vicious beasts everywhere, and dimensional laws were broken, so that dimensional invaders were common. At the very least, the strong wouldn't look down on the weak as if they were ants. Weak life forms wouldn't be so desperate, and civilization wouldn't be broken so many times due to man-made reasons. It was quite difficult to reclaim the lands in the Dark Era. The sages and tribal leaders raised their banners high, while the gods and semi-gods used primitive totems to protect the mortals. There was no such thing as the power of belief, but the tribesmen sincerely worshipped and respected the gods who protected them. Ael had returned to the past countless times in his dreams. As an undead, he crawled out from under a tombstone. Wasn't it because he was worried about his own tribesmen? At the very least, the ancient gods of that generation were trustworthy. They would use their own hands and feet to protect and help mortals, rather than sitting high up in their temples, reciting false teachings, and waiting for the chance to harvest souls. Just who's the devil that's stealing souls? But now, generation after generation of gods had become nothing more than decorations on their thrones because of their so-called divine concepts and beliefs. The tribesmen of the High Mountain tribe had become demons cursed by the mortals, repeatedly serving as cannon fodder and puppets in the eternal holy war. Was this the fate that the first generation of humans should have? Was this the world that the creator goddesses desired? Mother Goddess, is this the order and unity that you desire to see? Sister Cynthia, Is the evolution that you desire to see the endless destruction of the cycle of reincarnation? Since you don't give us the right to live, why give us hope? We aren't your puppets or toys. It's time for this boring war to end. It's time. Red, black, and gray. The death god held a three-colored rose of death in his hand, transforming it into a storm that swept through everything. The undying death god made his decision. From today onwards, we shall break away from order and no longer belong to chaos. The moment that he said this, the entire world shook violently. As one of the strongest existences in the world, his words were tangible power. When he announced this, countless responses echoed in every divine domain. From today onwards, we shall break away from order and no longer belong to chaos. We, more than 10 gods, were chanting in their own divine kingdoms. In every corner of the world, one could see the burning sky and the shaking space. From today onwards, we shall break away from order and no longer belong to chaos. Perhaps the source of order's mistake was that it didn't start instilling its own beliefs like the chaos faction did from a young age. Instead, it gave the hearts of the gods who had started out as mortals. Not every mortal who became a god would forget their roots. When truth and hope were placed in front of them, they would make a choice. Belong to the Hades. Hades, we are the gods of the Hades. Countless gigantic meteors tore through the sky. These gigantic meteors broke the common sense of mortals. In the eyes of mortals, when a true god died, their divine kingdom would transform into a meteor that tore through the sky. But now, what did this meteor shower represent? Every meteor was even more powerful than the meteor shower that Rose had just died. Could it be that more than 10 powerful gods simultaneously died? This was absolutely impossible. Not even the entire mortal plane had that many powerful gods. They didn't die. They betrayed us. The Cloud Tower's astrology, Archmage Salo's face was covered in cold sweat. His legs were trembling, but he was able to make a professional judgment in front of his peers. These gods hadn't died. They were currently pulling their divine kingdoms away from the source of order's control and into an unknown plane. If this wasn't betrayal, what was? More than 10 true gods in the entire Order faction had betrayed us all at once. The mortal believers were completely stunned. However, the gods who had died together with their divine kingdoms were all excited and excited. They had waited far too long for this day. Sigh, I won't be able to make any money for several years. I hope that I can do business in the netherworld. Baana was quite displeased. Her business had been getting better and better recently, but she was about to leave. Even if you reach the Hades, your contract warrior system has long since entered a self-sustaining cycle. It can still be used, and your main business won't be affected. We're only leaving for a few years. Or, do you intend to stay here and face the attacks of those old fellows? Shut up. I need to sense the existence of that plane. What should I do if I get lost in the void? Unlike her usual silence, the Moonlight Goddess was now quite excited. She had waited far too long for this day. Even though she had the divine concept of guidance and had to take on the role of navigator, she was unable to suppress her joy. Finally, I'm free! Even before leaving, the god of fate didn't forget his mission. He viciously shook the stars in the sky, causing all the stars to fall into chaos. The traces of fate once again became chaotic, causing all prophecy abilities to become useless. It made it even less likely that he would be able to track the Hades plane. And even if he didn't take action, the truth wouldn't have made a difference. Ale no longer needed to hide his full power. The entire dragon world, Hades, plane was now completely separated from the mortal plane. Soon, the dragon world would completely lose contact with the other planes. The holy war had already begun, and the angels and demons were about to fight. The Order and Chaos factions' anger would never be able to reach the Hades gods. That's right, the Hades gods. The new plane would become the main base for the neutral gods. They would create a self-sustaining new world there, completely breaking the Order and Chaos factions' monopoly on the mortal plane. At this time, the Ale faction had completely fallen out with the Order faction. But considering the difference in power between the Order faction and the Order faction, the neutral gods would disappear into the depths of the Hades before the Holy War reached its climax. However, they would still be able to infuse their divine power into their believers through the back door they left behind. Just like the evil gods living in the chaos abyss, the source of order would no longer be able to control them. If this was a time of peace, the source of order would naturally organize a crusade against the evil gods. But now that the Holy War was imminent, the Chaos faction wouldn't miss out on this period of weakness. As long as both sides entered an all-out war, they naturally wouldn't have any spare energy to track down the neutral Hades gods. And according to the grand plan, when the Hades gods reappeared on the battlefield of the Holy War, they should have the ability to completely stop this war. All the signs indicated that the Order gods were divided. Even the gods were at a loss, and all the divine job class members were naturally in a frenzy. And at this moment, another meteor suddenly fell from the sky. This meteor was tearing apart the entire sky. Its mass far surpassed any of the previous gods. Main god, which main god is it? Holy light above. This main god Anslo. He actually betrayed us at such a time. Don't misunderstand, this main god had fallen in a different direction from the other Hades gods. He had fallen into the lower planes, the bottomless chaos abyss where the demons resided. This main god of the elves had long since wanted to betray the Order gods, so he unhesitatingly took this opportunity to betray them. Obviously, he had chosen an excellent opportunity. ALS betrayal was now obvious, and the source of order would definitely send out assassins to hunt down the other Hades gods. Naturally, they wouldn't have the spare energy to send out main god-level existences to hunt him down. While the main god of the elves successfully hitched a ride, and the other Ale side gods were all heading towards the Hades gods, the main culprit, Ale, was currently standing quietly by the river Styx. The murky river Styx kept lapping against the banks of the river Styx, and demons' pitiful howls could be heard in the nearby ruins of the Sea of Fire. More than 100 years ago, Ale and Roland had come up with their grand plan here, and now the most important page of their grand plan was about to be opened here. It's time. Chapter 449. We don't have much time left. It's time for us to make a decision. Please give us your answer. While the entire mortal plane was in chaos, the winged messengers were busy as well. Solo had already cursed his unscrupulous colleagues countless times, but all the gods felt that being a diplomatic envoy was their natural duty. What god of messengers? I'm clearly the guardian of bards. I'm not a professional errand boy. I'm the god of inspiration for artists. But from a certain standpoint, since Solo was always on various diplomatic missions, outsiders had long since forgotten about his identity as ALS messenger. Quite a few had forgotten about his true job, and now, as a messenger, Solo had already fulfilled his duty and stated his side's request for a contract. However, the other side of the contract was quite hesitant. Yet, Solo was negotiating with two gigantic existences that represented two major factions. Even though a god's incarnation was as large as a giant's, he was still nothing more than a tiny mosquito in front of these two existences. The stronger a giant was, the larger it would be. This seemed to be a Titan species tradition. Compared to his own species, the Titan King was also the largest. The fourth-ranked Titan, Eanes, actually reached up to his waist. The current Solo was nothing more than a tiny mosquito in front of the Titan King's eyelashes. The Titan King's ancient appearance and well-built body were as perfect as a statue. His simple armor only covered some of his vitals. Rather than calling it a weapon, it was more like a decoration for a statue. The Titan King stood there as if he were a god from another generation. However, nobody would actually treat him as a statue. That was because he was surrounded by lightning and storms. Just the energy level of his existence far surpassed any so-called forbidden spell. The lightning that could destroy an entire city silently flowed around him like a slowly flowing stream. However, the lightning didn't leak out in the slightest. The Titan King's ancient and serious expression didn't reveal any emotion when faced with Solo's question. It was just that the Titan King and his tribe were currently in a terrible situation. The entire sky was filled with holes and cracks, and the ground was constantly cracking. Numerous small mountains were floating in midair. The entire world seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. Titan King, you should know what Lord Ale wants. Our time is limited, so please make a decision as soon as possible. That's right, Titan was his name. In the ancient language, it meant the tallest and largest person. Obviously, he completely fulfilled this standard. As the first Titan, Titan naturally became his name. All the other Titans called him Elder Brother. He was the most ancient son of the earth, the eldest son of the goddess of order, and the strongest warrior of the immemorial era. In terms of strength, as the most powerful existence in ancient times, he was definitely not any weaker than the current so-called main gods, even if he had been sealed for a long time. In fact, in the entire Titan race, there were definitely 2 or 3 main gods who had reached the standard of a main god in terms of combat prowess. Yep, just by looking at combat strength, the Titans had never feared any so-called gods. In fact, there was even a saying that the Titans were the original form of the ancient gods, and that the creator goddess had used the Titans as a template to create the original gods. The Titans usually had their own unique natural talents. Some of their natural talents were no weaker than the gods' natural laws. But compared to the various gods, the Titans' greatest advantage was their ability to fight. The Titan King Eanes, who was ranked 4th, and the Titan King Harley, who was ranked 2nd, were able to suppress the gods' incarnations with their own power levels. In ancient legends, not only were the Titans the best artists and architects in all the planes, they were also the strongest warriors under the command of the creator goddesses of order. The Titans were enemies with all sorts of demons from other planes, while the gods were the ones who controlled the dimensional laws of the planes. It could be said that they were civil officials who wouldn't easily enter the battlefield. It was a tradition for the Titans to look down on the gods, since they loved to fight. How could a weak civil official in a high position possibly get along with a military official who spent most of his time on the front lines? Ever since there was a shortcut to becoming a god through faith, there were more and more powerful gods, and even main gods. But in ancient times where the Titans only relied on their own cultivation, the Titans' combat strength far surpassed the so-called ancient gods. They were unwilling to submit to the rule of the weak, which was why the Titans finally rebelled against the goddess of order's order. These existences who reached the peak through cultivation and combat also looked down on the so-called main gods and powerful gods. Actually, if a battle really broke out, it would be difficult to say who would win. Finally, the collapse of the entire dragon world and the Titans' fear caused the Titan King to be unable to remain silent any longer. His low voice sounded like thunder. Such dirty schemes and such sly methods. This is an ALS style. Since Titan was willing to speak up, there was room for negotiation. Solo was secretly delighted, but he didn't reveal any of this on his face. Yep, Boss Ale has a rather direct personality, so he wouldn't use such underhanded methods. However, the mastermind behind this plan is our little bro. His reputation is as bad as his hands. As long as the results are good, he's never afraid of dirtying his hands. Just look, as long as you agree to our conditions. Won't the final result be excellent? Solo unhesitatingly sold out Roland. Even though Roland definitely wouldn't mind, currently the Titan King sunk into deep thought. As the leader of the Titan tribe, he definitely wasn't as brash as he appeared to be. In fact, it was the opposite. In the past, the Titan King had a good relationship with the ancient humans, and he even had some friendship with Ale. The fact that the Titan tribe was able to survive up until now without any internal strife meant that he had excellent leadership abilities as the Titan tribe's leader. This wasn't something that could be achieved through power alone. The Titan King was incredibly intelligent. He was the one who had his brothers create an incarnation from the Titan tribe's stone statue to travel around the mortal plane. This was so that the Titan tribe would be able to escape from the mortal plane. Even though the Titan tribe had been sealed, he had made many plans. Unfortunately, none of them had been used. The Titan King could sense that this mortal plane was no longer connected to the other planes. It was still possible to enter from another plane, but it was almost impossible to leave. Also, the mortal plane was collapsing thousands of times faster than he had expected. There wasn't much time left. The Titan King knew that it would be impossible for the Titans to leave this mortal plane since they didn't have the coordinates to the other planes. Even if the strongest of the Titans were able to leave, it would be impossible for the giants' descendants to escape. Although the entire dragon world was collapsing, the Titan King and his tribe were protected by the Titans. The land around them didn't seem to be shaken at all. However, everyone knew that once the entire world was destroyed, even if they were able to survive and maintain a simple ecosystem, they would have to use up all their resources and supplies in the endless void. Everyone knew that the Titans had no path of retreat. That was why a devil messenger came to take advantage of the situation, and he even brought an offer that the Titans couldn't refuse. Little Lizard, what's your decision? The negotiations between the three sides reached an impasse. The Titan King looked towards the other side, who was also in the same situation. Not long ago, the two sides had been mortal enemies. Supreme Immemorial Gold Dragonloft was the ancestor of the Immemorial Gold Dragon Horus. He was also one of the most ancient existences in Dragon World. However, even though he was large enough to cover an entire city, he was only the size of a palm in front of the original Titan King. The Titans had always looked down on dragons. Even the giants, one of their species, dared to challenge the dragons. How could a pure Titan King possibly respect the dragons? You want to be respected? Sure, show me your true power and invite all the older dragons who had experienced the ancient god wars to come out. Perhaps Supreme Immemorial Gold Dragonloft was the oldest, and the strongest existence among the dragons. However, compared to the most ancient Titan King, Loft would probably be killed by 1 or 2 slaps. Venerated God of Artists, I represent Dragon City and agree to all of your conditions. The old dragon pretended that he didn't hear the Titan King's words at all. He turned around and nodded directly at Solo, which meant that he agreed to the contract. Since one of the 3 sides agreed to the contract first, the other side would naturally be forced into a passive position. That's great. The Dragon Clan is indeed the most sensible and intelligent clan. The handsome Solo smiled brightly as he praised the Titan King. Judging from the results, he had already completed half of his mission. It's just as that guy said. As long as there's a threat to their lives, dragons will have no morals at all. That's what the little guy thinks. The one-eyed Titan King laughed strangely. His diamond-like eye seemed to see through everything. He was the ancestor of the one-eyed giants, Argus the mind reader. He was able to read even the thoughts of a god's incarnation. This was more than enough to prove how powerful and unreasonable the Titan King's natural talents were. Argus was currently laughing strangely as he said this, but then he frowned because he read what Solo had added in his own mind. So what if you've seen through everything? Refuse if you dare. It must be fun to watch all of you starve to death in the void, big idiot. You actually dare to laugh at us? Argus' angry roar was stopped by the Titan King. Such anger was meaningless. The Titan King had long since seen through everything. Right now, it wasn't the Ale faction that needed help, but the Titan King. The Titan King and the Titan King had completely different conditions. How could they negotiate? This wasn't a negotiation from the very start. This was a negotiation to give the Titan King a way out of this embarrassing situation, forcing the Titan King to obey the Titan King's arrangements. The Titan Kings had never been good-tempered, but they weren't idiots either. Currently, the Titan Kings were releasing all sorts of pressure that made Solo's incarnation, who only had semi-god combat power, feel quite uncomfortable. Solo had a bitter expression on his face, as if he couldn't bear the Titan King's pressure. He had given the Titan Kings enough face, but deep down he admired his daring companion even more. Solo had even dared to threaten and extort the powerful Titan Kings. So what if you're undefeatable in the world? Since you've lost the initiative and allowed me to make all sorts of arrangements, won't they just obediently become my chess pieces? Roland's words were still echoing in Solo's ears. It was evident that the one-eyed Titan King also heard Roland's words. However, he knew that saying such words would only make his own Titan King even more embarrassed, so he could only vent his anger on the shaking ground. Argus viciously pounded the ground. He even tried to uproot the surrounding mountains and cause an earthquake, just like in the past. However, he only managed to pound a few times before his own Titan King stopped him. This revealed to the Titan Kings that the Titan King's territory was unstable, and that the Titan Kings wouldn't be able to last for much longer. Using an appropriate amount of forcefulness would also make it easier for the Titan Kings to negotiate. Although the Titan Kings' expressions became quite grim, they at least knew to throw away their pride and save some precious time. Even if we're facing destruction, we won't submit to the weak. We hope to obtain the Titan King's recognition. At the very least, we need him to defeat his enemies by himself and prove that he has the ability to become the ruler of the Chaos Dimension. The Titan King's voice was quite deep, but it was powerful. This was his bottom line. If Ael and Roland couldn't prove that they had the ability to fight against the Order faction and the Chaos faction, then he definitely wouldn't join this doomed ship. That's reasonable. This was also what Ael had expected. Solo nodded and reached out with his hand, gathering the light of a contract. As long as Roland obtains victory in this battle and successfully creates the Hell of Hades, the Titan Kings shall become the guardian gods of the Land of Spring and Heaven of Hades, protecting all life in these two lands. That's right, this was the job that Roland had arranged for the Titans. They would be the guardian gods of the Land of Spring, which would allow all life to flourish. They would also be the guardian gods of the Heaven of Hades, which would allow some gods and kind-hearted people to live in. Just the Hell of Hades alone would be impossible to create an independent world of its own. According to the God of Law's teachings, the wicked would go to hell to atone for their sins, while the kind-hearted would naturally go to heaven to enjoy their blessings. Only hell and purgatory would be unable to create a complete cycle. In order to replace the cycle of reincarnation, I'll naturally need a complete cycle of reincarnation. The dragon world of Hades was about to be completely separated from the other planes. Any living that entered the land of the dead would never be able to return alive. That was why Roland had created a temporary mortal world, the Land of Spring. This would give the living a place to live and give souls that had atoned for their sins the possibility of entering the cycle of reincarnation again. As for the Heaven of Hades, it would probably only be enough for a few Ael gods who weren't on duty to enter. It would probably take a long time before the Heaven of Hades would be truly useful. However, that wouldn't stop Roland from adding it to his contract with the Titan Kings. Yep, this is what you call taking advantage of me. Since you've boarded my ship, you'll naturally have to work for me. What? You're saying that you didn't voluntarily board my ship? Fine, get off the ship now. The endless void is waiting for you. From a certain standpoint, Roland is truly going overboard. All right then, Roland was furious to the point of being unable to vent his anger. The pitiful one-eyed giant began pounding the ground with his head. Since then, he firmly remembered the name Roland in his mind. The contract with the dragons was about the same as Roland's contract, but it was actually even harsher than the contract with the Titan Kings. But when considering the difference in power between the Titans and the Titan Kings, as well as the fact that Roland wasn't involved, it was likely that the Titan Kings would start eating dragon meat right now. The dragons could only smile and agree to this unfair contract before gritting their teeth and swallowing it down. Solo had just heaved a sigh of relief after completing his mission when he saw a meteor suddenly descending from the sky. His heart tightened. Although the allied gods had arrived, this also meant that Roland had completely fallen out with the Order faction. Not only that, it also meant that Roland's plan had entered its most critical juncture. Success or failure would be decided here. It's time. Chapter 450. Weak gods, middle gods, powerful gods, and main gods. No one knew who came up with the concept of low gods, middle gods, high gods, and main gods. However, this was far too distant a concept for the mortals in the mortal plane. The mortals called Gold Rank Master, as they viewed it as their life's goal. The next level would be Legend. As for the higher levels, the mortals took it for granted. For some ancient species, Legend was only the starting point. Saint-ranked existences would probably be at the very beginning of the mortal plane. Sage-ranked existences would be at the level of true transformation and difficulty, and semi-god existences would be limitless. The Titans ranked at the very top would only be semi-gods in terms of power levels. However, even main gods wouldn't dare to fight against them alone. Similar to the Titans were the existences that had existed since the beginning of time. Those ancient existences would either find a random dimension to live in seclusion in, or they would simply go into hibernation. This was one of the reasons why there were so many forbidden areas in the mortal plane and other dimensions. There was even a supreme immemorial dragon who directly went to the Chaos Abyss to become the ruler of that dimension. Even then, the Chaos Abyss never gave her any trouble. Speaking of which, if the price of becoming famous was being dragged into the holy war that only happened once every 1,000 or 2,000 years, any powerful ancient species with normal intelligence would probably find a place to bury themselves. Their power levels would be impossible to evaluate with the current power level system. Dragons were strong and skilled in both magic and martial arts. Elves were skilled in magic, beastmen were pure and skilled in combat, and gods were skilled at using their own divine concepts and natural laws to cheat. There were all sorts of strange, natural talents and inheritances. Trying to rank them together would be meaningless. Actually, the current power level system was only for humans to explore their own potential. High-level gods existed for the sake of showing off to the weak. The seemingly powerful power levels were only to let the weak know where they should be, so that they wouldn't provoke the strong too much. Of course, the current power level system would probably be sufficient in a low-magic generation. But in the middle and later stages of the Holy War, where liches were everywhere and semi-gods were like dogs, the current power level system would naturally become useless. Naturally, a more suitable power level system would be needed. But no matter what, main gods would always stand at the peak of all species and life. Roland had been quite curious about such existences in the past, so he had asked Ale about them. As for main gods, there aren't any detailed classifications. Those who are able to easily tear apart other gods as if they were made of paper would be considered main gods. They've all experienced countless years to reach their current level. Even in the Holy War, it's difficult for them to die. They're the accumulation of the entire plane's history. There were 7 such existences in the Order faction and 14 in the Chaos faction. Currently, there were only 5 in the Order faction, 13 in the Chaos faction, and 3 in the neutral faction, Hades. If the ancient races that lived in seclusion were not included, these 21 gods were the most powerful existences in the world. The Lord of Putrefaction had been exiled to the mortal plane. The Devil Lord had led his people to betray the will of the Chaos Abyss, and the Chaos War God had remained undefeated for countless years. Every single main god had countless legends behind them. They were all existences who stood at the peak of the world in both power and intelligence. Even the elf main god, who appeared to be a second-rate main god amongst main gods, was quite sly and scheming. Not only did he have the great achievement of destroying the gold elves, the superior species, but just looking at his recent actions, it was easy to see just how sly and scheming he was. Roland seized the opportunity and chose the perfect time to betray the Order faction. Not only that, the Silver Elves and the Moon Elves were currently embroiled in a civil war. It would seem that Roland, as an elf main god, was unable to even protect his own people, an obvious dereliction of duty. However, some things couldn't be judged on the surface. That's right, now that Roland had joined the Chaos faction, the Moon Elves who were close to him would likely join the Order faction as well in order to avoid being punished. Meanwhile, the Silver Elves and the other elven gods would still join the Order faction, and the two sides would continue their civil war. For the time being, other species wouldn't have any reason to interfere, nor would there be any need to interfere. Yep, this was the typical style of the elves. They would go where the wind blows and bet on both sides. No matter who won or lost, at least some elves would be able to survive this holy war. Of course, the prerequisite was that there wouldn't be a ridiculous ending where the entire world would end. From a certain standpoint, Roland had no choice. The holy war was imminent. Unlike the last holy war where the elves were the rulers, the humans were the rulers this time. Even if there was no need to think too much about it, sending allies onto the battlefield to defend important areas where they could be sacrificed and acting as vanguards, cannon fodder, was a shared tradition between the elves and humans. Plus, it was obvious that the Order faction was at a disadvantage in this war, so it wouldn't be easy for them to sacrifice their allies. And the elves' civil war wasn't an act at all. Any act would be impossible to fool any high-level existence. The elves truly viewed each other as mortal enemies, and no matter who won or lost the civil war, the elves would definitely be greatly weakened. From the very start, Roland had chosen to sacrifice more than half of his people in order to survive this holy war. Not only could one see how ruthless and decisive the elf main god was, it was also more evidence that he didn't have a high opinion of the situation in this holy war. Apart from a certain main god, there were basically no main gods who were alone. And that certain main god who seemed to be alone had now revealed his claws and fangs. Ael is special. Yep, that certain main god was Ael. Ael was the most special main god of all. Not only did he not have a specific job, he didn't have any followers, nor did he have anyone to protect him. All right then, we all knew that this was just a facade. But in the eyes of everyone else, Ael was always a loner who traveled the world. In legends, Ael would often appear as a black-robed death god who brought death with him. Of course, Ael usually wasn't a good character either, and the most special part about Ael was that he didn't need to participate in the Holy War. That's right, Ael didn't need to participate in the Holy War, but the other Order main gods were destined to be involved. Ael would always be able to coldly watch as the newly born gods fought each other's brains out, and then smoothly become one of the victors. This was obviously something that the other newly born gods couldn't understand. But if you asked about Ael's responsibilities, it was understandable. Ael is the guardian of the cycle of reincarnation. He's an eternal neutral. Due to the fact that there were some people who would die by chance, Roland being one of them, as the guardian of the river Styx, didn't intentionally hide his actions. Air's duties were an undisclosed secret among high-level existences. However, there was another piece of information that not many people knew. Ael is undefeatable. This wasn't some vague description like the strongest or the most powerful. Rather, it was a description that no existence would be able to directly face Ael. This was the reality for countless high-level existences. Ael was undefeatable by the river Styx. The reason? During the last Holy War, two newly born Order main gods, Wood Elves and Silver Elves, believed that destroying the river Styx would cause the demons and devils to lose their newborns. Since they understood Ael's responsibilities, they ignored their senior's advice. The end result was that they brought along several powerful elven gods and were all killed by the death god Scythe. From a certain standpoint, this unexpected large-scale death of gods was also the main reason why the entire elven species and elven gods had such a hard time in the last Holy War. By the way, this was also one of the reasons why the elven kingdoms and elven gods hated the undead so much. Yep, this was the elven gods taking out their anger on the undead. Even now, they still didn't dare to take revenge on Ael. However, back at the River Styx, Ael had only used a single black rose to kill all these gods. He simply silently watched as the black rose in his hand bloomed. When the black petals fluttered in the wind, the River Styx was filled with the corpses of the gods. Although Ael was praised as undefeatable, because of this, his overly easy victory caused many to doubt him. That was because the power level he displayed was far too astonishing. If he had been willing to fight on the battlefield, no matter which side he chose to help, the Holy War would likely have ended instantly. It wasn't difficult to guess the secret behind Ael's unreasonably powerful strength, just by looking at Ael's job history and his other combat records. It was obvious that Ael's ridiculously powerful strength was only limited to when he was protecting the River Styx. And now, when his own tribe and allies had all escaped into the Hades, Ael met a familiar figure by the River Styx. The one walking at the very front was naturally a figure of pure light. This dazzling light formed a figure with unparalleled divine might. This was another incarnation of the god of holy light. It seemed that the publicly acknowledged strongest main god, the god of holy light, was finally going to fight against the publicly acknowledged undefeatable main god, Ael. However, Ael hadn't come by himself. His divine might was on the same level as Ael, which doubtlessly meant that even if Ael wasn't a main god, he would at least be a powerful god. Chapter 451. Historians like to use important events as bookmarks for their eras. When the spring of AD 1898 came, perhaps no one would have expected that the whole world would have a fundamental change. There were so many important events that happened that year, and their influence was so wide that it seemed that those scholars could write hundreds of research notes and earn money for hundreds of years. If one were to look back at history, the changes were quite obvious. AD 1896 was the year of the dragon. With Wumien's ascension to godhood as the starting point, the Silent Ael faction entered a period of activity. The incarnations of the saints began to walk the earth. The schemers and messengers of conspiracies traveled the entire world, and Roland arrived on the surface. AD 1897, the year of the Griffin. The entire world descended into a period of impending storms. Thanks to Roland and the others' efforts, the Northlands countries that won the war to defend their territories successfully became independent. The Ottoman Empire, Bardi, Shiloh Empire, the Mist Alliance, the Underground, and other countries all reached a tacit agreement in secret. The Panarch faction, also known as the Hades faction, was formed. AD 1898, the year of the Vulture, was also the year in which the Holy War fully began. This was also the year in which many major events erupted. Although the dark clouds of war covered the sky, angels and demons from the Chaos faction forcefully descended upon the mortal plane. Estrada's sacrifice gave new explanations to holy light, and the elves' internal strife and the betrayal of their main gods caused the elves' future to be in a state of confusion. However, if one wanted to find the greatest bright spot among all these events, they would have to look at everything that happened by the River Styx. The direct result of this event was that the original generation of AD had been abandoned, and a new generation of FT had to be created from scratch. AD 1898, the Spring of the Vultures, which was also the year of the Black Rats in FT1. Beside the River Styx, the guest that the white-robed young man had been waiting for finally arrived, but he still had no intention of raising his head. I didn't expect that it would actually come to this. Even Ael himself had not expected that things would come to this. At this moment, he had undoubtedly become the enemy of the world. The god behind him didn't seem like he would give him any more time to sigh. This was a pair of smiling twin sisters. The older sister in front had an appearance similar to that of an elf, but she was surrounded by wood. Her grayish-brown dress was also covered in a long beard made of wood fibers. Her dark green hair was also the color of tree leaves. If it wasn't for the fact that the wood spirits didn't have adult female appearances, their auras that were so close to nature would make them seem like the wood spirit sisters. The elder sister had a similar appearance to the tree demon, but her younger sister had 4 hooves on the ground, happily galloping back and forth, just like a wild centaur. The sisters of joy and laughter were once the descendants of the Lord God of nature. Compared to their powerful ancestors, they were still powerful gods, even though they only had a partial divine title. They were the protectors of nature, as well as some of Droll's protectors and allies. Although they rarely participated in anything related to the mortal plane, they had a lot of connections. Although they weren't the guardian gods of the elves due to the existence of the elven gods, they were actually the true protectors of the forest. Many of the higher-ups in their church were wood elves. The other god was a dwarf with a red nose. His gray hair was covered in mud, and he carried a black smithing hammer on his back. The god of smithing and dwarves, Dendel. Although he was only a powerful god, as the leader of the dwarves, he had many allies and resources. The nature faction and the dwarven faction. From a certain standpoint, these 3 gods also represented 2 factions of power in the Order faction, 2 factions that leaned towards peace and neutrality. The 4 gods before him were all incarnations, so it was naturally impossible for them to hide from ALS senses. But the current situation caused him to shake his head. What a pity. They're all incarnations. Do you already know? The god of holy light was the only Order main god that had come to hunt him down. Yet he didn't move at all. It was unknown what he was thinking. The other 4 main gods didn't even send their incarnations. It was obvious that they already knew something and didn't intend to come here to die. Of course, this old man isn't here to die. We're here to see you off. Right. Thank you for taking care of my little girl. The old dwarf's words were quite direct. The goddess of hammers and wine barrels, Mary, was the guardian god of the shield dwarves. She was also one of ALS supporters. In a way, she was the bridge between the dwarven gods and Ale. And now that Mary had chosen to enter the Hades, certain things had come to light. Mr. Ale, thank you for taking care of us sisters. Mister. The joy and laughter sisters came over with smiles on their faces. The older sister waved her handkerchief in farewell, while the younger sister ran around in joy. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed like they were sending Roland off. This was why Ale sighed at how pitiful it was. But since the information that Ale was undefeatable by the river Styx had spread, it was to be expected that he would receive such a result. Ale wasn't too worried about this. That's right. Ale was undefeatable by the river Styx. This was a fact that had already been written into the foundational laws of the world. And as long as the source of order had basic logical reasoning abilities, it wouldn't allow a main god-level existence to come here to die. ALS' undefeatable status came with a price, just like other order gods. Ale was naturally limited by his divine concepts, even though he had obtained them. As Ale was the first to die, he broke the boundaries between life and death. That was why Order loathed him. Since Ale had lost the most basic ability to evolve and desire, he became an undead that couldn't be changed. Naturally, Chaos didn't like him either. This was the same for the undead in this world. The Order faction viewed them as mortal enemies, but the Chaos faction also viewed them as somewhat useful cannon fodder. They were stuck between 2 factions, struggling to survive. In fact, they were even rejected by the dimensional laws of the world, which was quite difficult for them. However, this also meant that Ale was a third party that both sides could accept. And so, the important responsibility of guarding the river Styx was thrown onto AL's shoulders. After all, no matter which faction controlled the river Styx, ALS enemies wouldn't be able to feel at ease. This was different from the river Styx's counterpart, the Heaven's Pillar. The Heaven's Pillar wasn't even a passageway that actually existed. Rather than saying that one believed in a true God and obtained the God's permission to enter a divine kingdom, it was more accurate to say that it was a law for souls that had already been marked by a God to reach the recipient. Every believer of a God would have a special mark on their soul after obtaining the divine kingdom's permission. This was a basic law, and the closer a believer was to a God, the more obvious the mark would be. That believer would also receive more attention from the gods. In fact, The believer might even become a god's representative in the mortal world and become Valkyrie after death. However, the river Styx was different. It was a passageway of chaos. How could something like law possibly exist? This river Styx passed through countless planes, but the vast majority of them were lower planes that belonged to the Chaos faction. Souls that weren't guided by the Order God would all fall into the river Styx, and when they were attracted by the order of a certain Chaos plane, they would climb up and become new life forms. Since they had come ashore in the lower planes, they would naturally become the residents of those lower planes, demons and devils. It could be said that the river Styx was the cradle of demons and devils. However, nobody knew just how many souls existed in the river Styx. After all, no matter when you looked at the river Styx, you would always see that it was filled with souls. However, not many existences actually knew that the river Styx also flowed through certain upper planes. It was just that at that time it would either be as beautiful as a dazzling galaxy or simply transform into a rainbow-colored rainbow bridge. Back when Ael brought Roland to the underground world, they even appeared in an underground riverbed in a cave. And if the Divine Kingdom didn't receive enough souls in recent years, there would be a huge gap between the total number of souls in the Chaos faction and the Order faction. The natural laws of the upper planes would be slightly changed, and souls would be attracted by the natural laws of heaven and the Divine Kingdom. New creatures from the heavens would also be born because of this. Of course, if the Divine Kingdom was overcrowded, the birth rate of demons and devils would also secretly increase. Since climbing out of the river Styx represented the reincarnation and rebirth of a blank soul, it was only natural that one could become an angel or a devil. Of course, this couldn't be told to mortals. Angels and demons being born in the same way would not only affect the believer's devoutness. Just the second possibility of entering a divine kingdom apart from the Church's approval would make it difficult for the Church's atonement scrolls and donation scrolls to be sold. Actually, not only did the mortal Roland not know about this, most of the new gods in this generation didn't know that the river Styx actually had a second function. In the eyes of mortals, as long as the river Styx didn't exist, the demons and devils would have countless descendants. The Chaos Abyss would also have endless potential for war, and the river Styx's hidden function as a balance valve for the holy war would periodically harvest souls as wheat. It could be said that the river Styx was the most important part of the cycle of reincarnation, as well as the weakest part. After all, the river Styx flowed for far too long a distance. Even though Ael himself was incredibly dangerous, as long as a certain part of the river Styx was blocked, it would naturally cause problems for the entire river Styx. That was why Ael needed a guardian that both sides could accept. And so, Ael became a part of the river Styx and the cycle of reincarnation. As long as someone could possibly cause harm to the river Styx and the cycle of reincarnation, his true body would instantly descend. And now, Ael would be strengthened by the river Styx, order, and chaos, becoming the scariest existence in the world. The Order main gods that attempted to destroy the river Styx had already used their lives to prove this fact. This was also why Roland had to die once back in the day. Anyone who touched the river Styx would definitely fall into the river Styx. This was the most basic rule in the world, and it was a duty that Ael had to fulfill. There's a loophole in your plan. Yes, there's a huge loophole. If we don't fix it, this entire plan will be nothing but empty talk. That day at the river Styx, Roland seemed to agree on the existence of this loophole from their conversation. However, they both knew what was going on, but didn't investigate further. That's right, that loophole was Ael himself, the river Styx's guardian. If Ael wanted to create a new cycle of reincarnation, he would naturally have to destroy the previous cycle of reincarnation and allow his soul to enter a new cycle of reincarnation. Otherwise, everything would be nothing but empty talk. And it was obviously impossible to defeat the undefeatable river Styx's guardian, Ael. At the very least, Roland couldn't think of any way to defeat him. At the time, it was impossible for him to use main god combat strength. Not to mention, Ael was someone that even a main god wouldn't be able to face. Ael had the entire cycle of reincarnation as a support and replenishment. At the time, Roland came up with an absurd conclusion. If he wanted to stop the cycle of reincarnation, he would have to defeat Ael. If he wanted to defeat Ael, he would have to first stop the cycle of reincarnation. This was obviously an endless loop. If I can't defeat him, I'll try to talk things out. That was why Roland sought out Ael. In order to realize this absurd plan, he would need to obtain Ael's approval so that Ael would no longer carry out his duty as the river Styx's guardian. Making a true god give up or even destroy his own duty would be the equivalent of, is it time? That's right, it's time for the river Styx, which is as ancient as this world, to change direction. It's time for everything to start anew. Chapter 452. The black rose petals scattered with the wind, and what fell was the sparkling and translucent golden splendor. In just an instant, the incarnation of the holy light died, even though it was a powerful incarnation capable of fighting against a main god. Ael's snow-white robe and the boat on the river Styx simply stood there. This scene gave off an indescribable feeling of age, yet also made people feel sorrow and vicissitudes from the bottom of their hearts. The river Styx was still flowing quietly in front of me, just like countless eons ago. At that time, right after the mortal plane of Ike was formed, the creator goddess of Chaos Daughters vanished without a trace. And after the new mortal plane was formed, an ecosphere with the new plane as its core was naturally formed. If one had to make an analogy, one could use the solar system as an example. He was Earth, which had the most complete natural cycle and was the most suitable for life to live in. Meanwhile, the lower planes, elemental planes, and upper planes were planets such as the Moon and Mars. Of course, the core of this ecosphere was the hardest currency in all the planes' souls. Unlike star systems that didn't have boundaries, when many planes were connected to each other to a certain degree, the dimensional walls would evolve into dimensional crystal walls, which would block off spying and probing from the outside world. Only existences at the level of a dimensional ruler would be able to affect other planes in any way. However, this newly born mortal plane represented a tremendous amount of soul resources and newly created dimensional laws. The former was the hard currency for traveling across dimensions, while the latter was an important resource for strengthening the plane. A newly born mortal plane without dimensional walls or dimensional lords would be no different from a noob computer without a firewall. Countless dimensional invaders and marauders would swarm into this new mortal plane. This was a path that every new mortal plane had to take. In fact, dimensional merchants even called it the infant baptism of a new mortal plane. Only those that can survive the baptism will be able to evolve from the many planes it was formed from and be called a mature, dimensional crystal wall. Those that can't will naturally become nutrients for other dimensional crystal walls. In the very beginning, He's abundant dimensional resources and weak dimensional laws attracted countless invaders. But thanks to the two goddesses of order and the gold tribe's hard work, He's mortal plane managed to survive its most difficult initial period. The invaders' strength also caused countless gold species to perish. It wasn't without reason that the goddesses of order and chaos pursued a powerful and efficient society. It was an instinctive reaction when faced with a tremendous threat. Among the 7 calamities of He, between the 4th calamity, Return of the Demons, and the 6th calamity, Chaotic War of the Gods, there was still the 5th calamity, Otherworld Descent. In reality, it was just some seeds left behind in the past that had been revived. Sporadically, some of their own kind were summoned, but they brought far more trouble to all living beings than the demons. From a certain standpoint, these seeds of sudden awakening were actually reminding the players and gods in the mortal plane not to ignore their existence. However, it was evident that nobody took this seriously. The 6th calamity returned to the main theme of the Holy War. As a result, in the 7th calamity, the final calamity, they viciously made their presence known once again. But this time it was the final ending. The seventh calamity, which was also the final calamity. The two goddesses of order and chaos have revived and reenacted ancient myths. The gods have directly started a war in the mortal plane. The Aechi continent has been torn apart over and over again, and numerous dimensional doors have been opened. Powerful otherworld species have completely transformed this world into a living hell. As for whether or not there's an eighth calamity, that's no longer important now that the world has been sliced into more than 3,000 pieces. Original quote from chapter 25. It could be said that the destruction of the world of Aechi was personally caused by the goddesses of order and chaos. At the very least, only the goddesses of order and chaos, who were half the rulers of the mortal plane, had done more to completely destroy the world's dimensional walls. However, the otherworld species had also contributed greatly. Wherever these dimensional locusts passed through, there would be nothing left. It could be said that unlike Roland, who only slightly understood the situation, Ael had seen far more since he had come from the immemorial era. How could he not know about the so-called Order faction's great profit? In Roland's Armageddon ending, the seemingly illogical otherworld creatures gave him a tremendous sense of danger. Since Roland was limited in his knowledge, he didn't care about what would happen after the seventh calamity. However, El saw a tremendous danger ahead. He didn't tell anyone else about this, nor did he need to. He had long since realized that no matter what enemies he would meet in the future, he would just have to face them calmly. It was best not to say such depressing things out loud. It's still this river Styx. In the earliest years of Ike, the river Styx contained countless hopes. It was the home of countless souls and the cradle of newborns. Although the lives of the people in Ike were also quite difficult, the number of souls in the mortal plane had increased exponentially. This doubtlessly meant that this was a new mortal plane that was flourishing. Out of the four elements, souls were the foundational and most important resource of the entire mortal plane. Souls could create powerful individuals and provide the power of belief. A sufficient number of souls was also an indicator of whether a mortal plane was healthy or not. Only Ael knew that in recent years the number of souls in this river Styx had been slowly decreasing. The entire mortal plane's protective crystal walls were constantly weakening, which meant that Roland's prophecy was likely to come true. The reason? Apart from the two dimensional rulers who were about to awaken and whose appetites were only getting better and better as they furiously devoured soul shards, who else could it be? Ael was quite sentimental towards the two goddesses of order and chaos, but this time he felt that they were wrong. Mortals aren't domesticated animals. Even if there are parents who gave birth to us, there's no reason for us to become their food. No, if they were truly respectable parents, why would they give such a cruel order? After all, there's no parent who doesn't love their own children. Roland's angry roar echoed in his ears. Ael played with the black rose in his hand as he stood in the river Styx. He couldn't help but recall the oath that Roland had sworn by the river Styx, a death oath that had been engraved into the deepest depths of his soul. I swear that I shall shoulder all my sins, reverse karma, change fate, and allow all living beings to safely survive this calamity. Finally, Ael raised his head. All right, Roland, I'll believe you just this once. I'm betting all of my chips on you. Please don't disappoint me. The petals of the black rose began to scatter. Looking up at the petals that were blown into the air by the wind, the sunlight actually shone into the abyss. Air, who usually had a cold expression on his face, was stunned for a moment before revealing a rare smile. Tomorrow, my hometown's Shinrui Mountains should have a sunny day again. I should go back and take a look first. The final rose was blown away by the wind. The entire river Styx's surface was now filled with floating petals. The entire river Styx stopped flowing, and the small boat on the river lost its pilot and quietly stopped. Ael's final words, which were left behind, were some unimportant complaints. Perhaps he had been suppressing his dissatisfaction for a very long time. Mother Goddess, Sister Cynthia, perhaps we were all born because of you, but you don't have the right to have us die because of you. Perhaps the lives of mortals aren't important to you, but they're all doing their best to survive. That seemingly light weight of their souls is their everything. The river Styx didn't stop flowing for very long. When it started flowing again, the dwarves and the nature gods watched on as it mysteriously changed directions and entered an unknown void. Even though they already knew this was the expected result, the more ancient the existences were, the more astonished they felt as they watched the river Styx, which had remained unchanged for thousands of years, enter an unknown void. What shocked them even more was that the white-robed Grim Reaper on the small boat had turned into quicksand and was blown away by the wind. Then the small boat that he left behind sailed into the pitch-black abyss. At this moment, all living beings stared in astonishment at the sky. Even though they didn't know what had happened, they instinctively felt sorrow and despair. The meteors falling from the sky actually covered half the sky. The gods are dead. The most ancient gods are dead. The death god who represents death itself is dead. The current god of law, who represented justice, began to show favoritism. The current god of holy light, who represented purification and purity, began to mix impurities. What would be the result? Death. The current goddess of order chose to compromise with chaos. What would be the result if the goddess of chaos decided to use all sorts of rules to limit herself? Death. What would be the result if the guardian of the river Styx decided to destroy the river Styx's normality? What would be the result if the god who represented death and eternity decided to destroy the eternal sleep of death for the living? Death. The undefeatable death god had already become a part of the river Styx. He was now a part of the cycle of reincarnation. And the moment that he decided to change the cycle of reincarnation, he became the destroyer of the cycle of reincarnation's order. Since he was the guardian of the cycle of reincarnation, he had to fulfill his duty as the guardian of the cycle of reincarnation. Due to this conflict, the only option left was to remove the conflict from the cycle of reincarnation. Please die, because all living beings need salvation. The crazy Lich Roland, who always cracked ridiculous jokes, had a heavy expression when he first met the death god by the river Styx. He lowered his head and begged for the death god's death. This was also the first and only time in his entire life that he had ever lowered his head. He didn't lie, because lying was meaningless to him. He didn't praise, because glory was meaningless to him. He didn't beg because other people's attitudes were meaningless to him. He didn't hesitate because this was the only way out. That's right, such a cruel reality, such a despicable request. Please die for the sake of all living beings. Please die for the sake of all living beings. For the world you love to have a glimmer of hope, please die. Formless evil intent transformed into the most despicable of words. Even Roland himself felt that he was being far too despicable and selfish by asking others to die so that he could survive. But if time could be reversed, he would still make the same choice. That was because he had no other choice. Back then, Ale didn't respond. Later on, Roland kept pushing Ale to choose death in order to make his plan more and more feasible. Perhaps Ale had already made his choice from the moment that he didn't immediately kill the Lich who spoke so arrogantly by the river Styx. It's time. The old cycle of reincarnation shall collapse. It's time. We've waited half our lives for this moment, the moment when the new cycle of reincarnation will be established. AL's final exclamation was the same as Roland's angry roar on the battlefield. In the world of the Hades, the dimensional portal that suddenly opened up and the drop of river Styx's water into this world was the best explanation. Every drop of river Styx's water directly seeped into the land of the undead, transforming the soul world's illusion into reality. However, the river Styx's water was highly toxic to all other life forms, yet it was the nutrition that the undead desperately needed. The undead crawled out of the river Styx. The newly born undead country received the nourishment of the river Styx and became a part of the cycle of reincarnation. It became more and more alive as it truly walked towards reality. Currently, Roland was in a terrible situation. When the undead army before him displayed their undying bodies, all hostile gazes were directed at him. Everyone knew that no matter how ridiculous a soul world's characteristics were, the death of the soul world's user would naturally cause the entire soul world to vanish. And no matter how powerful the Hades before them was, it was still Roland's soul world. The devil lord that represented lies was blocked by Holy Light's incarnation. Amidst the chaos war god unhesitatingly charged towards Roland after he swore to kill Roland. The battle below was still as fierce as ever. The entire battlefield was torn apart by Roland's charge. The chaos war god's heavy sword was already quite close to Roland. However, Roland didn't even look at the incoming threat. He simply quietly looked at the white ice crystal floating before him. The white ice crystal was glowing with a black light. This wasn't a beautiful gem, but it mysteriously attracted everyone's attention. This ice crystal had just arrived together with the river Styx's water. This ice crystal was the final foundation that the Hades of Hades lacked. Roland opened the book in his hand. 2 other ice crystals stuck between the pages of the book floated up as well. The blue ice crystal was still emanating traces of coldness. For the sake of your husband's revival, Alos, you must die. Roland muttered this as he returned to the day he made his decision. I've really gone too far. Back then, I had forced Alos to the brink of death in such a manner. I could only smile wryly as I lightly touched the ice crystal that had been dyed blue by Roland's soul. Compared to Alos, who had sacrificed everything for the sake of love, I seemed far too despicable. I was currently holding the blue god equipment bottle that had been filled together with the river Styx's water. Currently, it was overflowing with the divine power of the ocean. The waves and anger around it seemed to be venting a certain god's dissatisfaction and hatred. Meanwhile, the other ice crystal was still glowing gold as it floated in midair. It was like a sun that dispelled the darkness around it. However, it wasn't as blinding as the light bulb in the sky. Holy Light must be saved. That's why Estrada must die. I touched the ice crystal, but there were no tears of weakness in his eyes. The war hammer on my back was faintly resonating with me, as if it was comforting me not to think too much. But right now, I didn't dare to think too much. I no longer had any time left. The death god's soul contained far too much power of death. The white ice crystal had already been dyed black. In just a short few minutes, cracks had already appeared on it. Unlike other souls, ALS soul was far too powerful. I needed to complete the ritual before the ice crystal shattered. Everyone needs to be saved. The cycle of reincarnation must be ended. That's why Ale must die. 3 ice crystals surrounded me as a dim, 3-colored light distorted the entire world. The prelude was over. Far too many people had been sacrificed and lost on this journey. It was time for us to complete our dream. It was time to change the fates of everyone's inevitable destruction. At the very least, we needed to make their sacrifices worthwhile. Imperceptibly, a masked, silver-robed individual was standing behind me. He had descended together with the other gods, but he had remained abnormally silent this entire time. Currently, he was wearing a faceless mask and was constantly trembling as if he was laughing maniacally. He faced the Chaos War god's charge. He suddenly pulled off his mask to reveal the skeleton Lich's true appearance. The moment he ascended to godhood was the skeleton Lich's true appearance for eternity. All illusions became reality at this moment. The last piece of blank ice crystal appeared in front of him. My voice resonated with his, and our faces became the same. All sinners shall be judged. All God's laws shall become the norm of this world. That's why Womians Roland must die. Chapter 453. We don't accept order. the meteors didn't just bring reinforcements. They also destroyed the order of the cycle of reincarnation and caused a large number of gods to defect. This doubtlessly offended the source of order. The source of order wouldn't possibly let these traitors off so easily. Otherwise, the order it emphasized would lose its most basic dignity. We deny chaos. The distorted void brought with it an envoy of despair. This was an avenger from the chaos abyss. The will of the chaos abyss's angry roar caused the entire bottomless chaos abyss to tremble. Countless demons were devoured by the chaos abyss in despair. The fact that the river Styx had changed its direction was a fatal blow to the chaos faction. The chaos abyss would suffer the most from this. Even if the river Styx didn't completely dry up in a short period of time, it was likely that the production rate of all demon planes would drastically decrease. Every top-level combat strength would be greatly reduced. Even if the Chaos faction lured high-quality souls from the mortal plane into the Chaos abyss, it would be far less effective than before. With the Chaos faction's usual style, it would be inconceivable that they would let the culprits go with such a deep hatred. Not long after the gods from the Hades arrived, new reinforcements entered the Hades. Since Ale cut off all communication with the Chaos abyss, these reinforcements would have to mentally prepare themselves that they wouldn't be able to return before they completed their master's orders. We shall create the hell of the Hades for all living creatures. Perhaps it would be more accurate to say that they were mentally prepared to fight for several years, several decades, or even several centuries. The meteors and distorted spatial tears brought reinforcements from both factions. There weren't many reinforcements. After all, for the Hades, small fries were meaningless. That was why, even though there weren't many reinforcements, every single one of them was a famous major character. The white-robed old man had a long, white beard that reached the ground. His smiling eyes seemed quite friendly. Rather than calling him a mage, it would be more accurate to call him a neighbor's old man. Calamandas was a main god. His divine concepts included wisdom, books, courage, dawn, statues, crafts, and so on. He was an incredibly ancient god of personality, ancient to the point that very few people knew how he became a god. It was said that he was the sole survivor of a certain ancient civilization. If the source of order still had so-called emotions, it would probably be infuriated right now. I never expected that it would send a main god after me, not to mention that it was the god of wisdom, Calamandas. He was one of the few gods that mages would worship. Although his faith wasn't necessarily that pious, and most of it was so that he wouldn't fall into the river Styx after his death, the fact that he was recognized by mages and mages meant that he was wise and open-minded. I hadn't expected that he would be the pursuer. No, I should say that I hadn't expected that the Order faction would send out a main god. After all, there are only 5 main gods left in the Chaos faction, and of the main gods of Order, if I send of gods, how, and factions send out the gods. Gods, how, if they were to calculate the gains and losses according to normal and mechanical logic, the Order faction should be gritting their teeth and swallowing their pride. But soon, I understood everything as I watched the 2 demon lords directly greet Calamandas as they walked out of the distorted void. We actually forced the Chaos Abyss to communicate with the source of order. It would seem that we've done a good job. It was obvious that the source of order would be able to accept having 2 reinforcements and 1 reinforcements from the Chaos faction. But forcing the Chaos Abyss, no. Forcing Cynthia to voluntarily take a loss, it would seem that she was truly infuriated this time. I didn't know how well Ale had completed his mission, or whether he had successfully changed the direction of all the river Styx's water. The possibility was quite low. But just changing a portion of the river Styx's water was enough to shatter Cynthia's beautiful dream of being revived in this holy war. It was only natural that she would be furious. These 2 reinforcements from the Chaos Abyss both had the stench of sulfur on them. It was evident that they were residents of the lower planes. Just by comparing their information, I was able to determine their identities. Kar was a gigantic piece of rotting flesh. His disgusting green fur and smell reminded me of a fermented garbage dump. His surroundings had the strange smell of rotting food and corpses. Even though he was clearly a demon lord, it was impossible to see his face and limbs. In fact, it was impossible to even see his eyes. Kar, the turbid nightmare. He's a demon without a noble title. He's the closest demon lord to an undead creature. He was originally a product of a common bloody battle between demons. He was a combination of some half-dead demons and corpses. Yet he survived. Nobody knows how he became a top-level demon, just like how nobody knows how to kill him. In fact, nobody even knows if he can speak or if he's truly alive. Of course, I had heard of this name before. This demon lord completely fit the definition of an evolved chaos demon. However, the will of the chaos abyss hated this demon lord to the point that he didn't even have a noble title. In fact, even his name came from the sound of his stomach churning. Unlike Kar, who made me feel uncomfortable just looking at him, the other demon lord was much more pleasing to the eye. Kar was only in the form of an ordinary demon. He had 2 wings, 2 horns, and a dark gray body that was quite fit. He had hands and feet, and he carried a great sword on his back. He appeared quite ordinary. I couldn't recall his name for a moment, but fortunately I had little TIAs who was an expert in the lower planes. Sophocles the Deceiver. He's the most unfathomable demon lord. He loves to tempt mortal warriors and powerful individuals to fall into depravity. He's the best at arranging people's fates and tragedies. I've always felt that he's more suitable for the title of King of Lies than I am. All right then, this made sense. In terms of damage and hatred towards the mortal plane, this demon main god who was skilled in art and opera was definitely in the top 3. Sophocles' most famous deed was that he had once created his own evil cult in the mortal plane and successfully made his incarnation a true god. This demon lord actually succeeded in becoming a true god and even allied with many true gods. This was a huge humiliation for the Order gods. Sophocles and his believers were still the public enemies of all the true gods' churches. However, considering that demons were unlikely to be able to strengthen themselves with faith, Sophocles could only be happy that he did such a thing. Spending so much effort to please me, should I say that it was to be expected of a chaos demon lord? I never expected that such a dangerous existence would have such an ordinary appearance. But when considering Sophocles' abilities to deceive true gods, perhaps such an appearance would be more suitable for him to perform. Currently, there were now 5 chaos main gods on the battlefield of the Hades. Considering the fact that the chaos main gods were generally arrogant and unbridled, coupled with their selfish temperament of not willing to take risks without any benefits, sending 5 chaos main gods at once wasn't just Cynthia's full effort. She would also have to pay an additional price. In that case, the scale of the holy war in He's main battlefield will be much smaller? That's really good news. No, I can't be happy so soon. It's not yet time for the chaos main gods to appear. For ordinary humans, those low-level demons are already the scariest nightmare. And right now, even though I was facing the inevitable backlash from the Order and Chaos main gods, even though I was facing 2 Order main gods and 5 Chaos main gods, I didn't panic or feel nervous at all. Instead, I felt joy and excitement from the bottom of my heart. That's exactly how it should be. If we can't even make the Order and Chaos main gods feel enmity towards us, then what's the point of all our hard work and sacrifices? My enemy's strength only made me happy. This wasn't because I was insane. It was because we had gone through so much trouble to prepare for this war and made so many sacrifices. How could we possibly be afraid of our enemy's strength? It was the opposite. Our enemy's attention and enmity meant that we were on the correct path. Right now, the Chaos War God was right in front of me, but he was forcefully forced back by my silver chains. Together with the 4 Chaos Towers, the dimensional wall that represented the birth of a new world also rose up. That's right, 4 Chaos Towers. Around the silver tower that Wumians and I were standing on, there were 3 other towers rising up. The 4 elements creation forbidden spell had already been fully activated. The white tower was the product of gathering ice. It was the tower of life in the hell of Hades. At the top of the tower was a statue of a goddess with the original water elemental god Elo's soul crystal as its core. White light was currently shining upon her citizens, giving the dead endless life force. The black tower was the product of gathering death. It was the tower of soul in the hell of Hades. In the crystal skull at the top of the tower, Ale, soul crystal, was glowing ominously as the power of death was being nurtured. The golden tower was the product of gathering holy light. It was the tower of time in the hell of Hades. It was the only pure light in hell. Although the power of holy light was still gathering, Estrada, soul crystal, was currently glowing with the light of salvation within the statue of the lamplighter. Although the silver tower under my feet seemed rather dim since it hadn't been activated yet, it was doubtlessly the final piece of the puzzle for the 4 elements creation, the Tower of Law. In the creation of the 4 elements, they were the most important core and cornerstone. All changes would revolve around them. In ancient creation myths, the 4 elemental tower had also appeared before, but it was unknown to the world. The elemental throne from the 4 elemental planes, He, was truly ridiculously powerful back in day. But to me, this truly is the strongest mage tower in the world. That's right, the 4 elemental thrones that gave birth to the elemental gods weren't natural creations. They were products left behind by He after he created the world. They were part of the 4 elements creation, and they were also the controllers of balance between He's plane and the 4 elemental planes. The relationship between the elemental gods, who are capable of controlling the power of the entire elemental plane, and the elemental thrones, was similar to that between mages and mage towers. And right now, the 4 elemental towers were the natural mage towers that could give me endless power. With their help, how could I possibly fear any opponent?